of December 2025. Let me take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all the members of this honorable house, members of the media, or visitors in the gallery, and to the many Jamaicans joining us online and through the various broadcast platforms. At the onset, I must extend my sincere apologies for my late arrival to Parliament today. I was engaged in a robust and necessary discussion with Mr. Craig Beresford, the Executive Director of the Integrity Commission, who met with myself as Speaker and previously with the President of the Senate. We welcome to the Parliament warmly, and I am sure, like myself, the President had a wonderful conversation. For us, our conversation was, though lengthy, of significant importance to us. The matters addressed have and will have a direct impact on our shared obligations and the standards to which we must uphold ourselves as representatives of the people. I am pleased to report that arriving from those discussions, it has now been confirmed that we will be hosting a special training session for all members of Parliament on Tuesday, December 16, 2025 at 10 a.m. in this chamber. That special training session was done for the senators, but has not yet been done for the members of Parliament in our orientation session. This session will guide us through the proper completion of statutory declarations, which fall due on December 31st, 2025. This initiative is designed to support transparency, strengthen compliance, and ensure that every member is fully equipped to meet the requirements set before us. Thank you for your patience and understanding, and I look forward to our continued collaboration as we work to uphold integrity and accountability within the institution. House Leader, call of the roll, sorry.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Green, Dr. Holness, Dr. Chang, Mrs. Williams, Mr. Bartlett, Ms. Grange, Dr. Tufton, Mr. Mackenzie, Mr. Montague, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Charles Jr., Mr. Morgan, Ambassador Marks, Mr. Samuda, Dr. Wheatley, Mrs. Cuthbert Flynn, Mr. Terlong, Mr. Witter, Mrs. Dalrymple Filbert, Ms. Morrison, Ms. Lee, Mr. Donovan Williams, Mr. Main, Ms. Crawford, Mr. Delroy Williams, Ms. Hamilton, Mr. Sivright, Mr. Azan, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brown-Burke, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Bunting, Ms. Burchell, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Cousins, Mr. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Dr. Dawes, Mr. Goulding, Mr. Gordon, Mr. Hales, Mr. Hines, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Ms. Jess, Mrs. Malahoo Fort, Mrs. Miller Bennett, Mr. Morris, Mrs. Nita Garvey, Mr. Newell, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Ms. Perkis, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Russell, Ms. Shaw, Mr. Smith, Mr. Vaz, and Mr. Warmington. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
House Leader, a moment. I note the grumbling of one of our members while I indicated we had some excellent discussions with the new director at the Integrity Commission. May not have appreciated why we were having that courtesy call. It was initiated by the Commission and welcomed by the Parliament. And I would like to remind us that we have a lot of new members seated in the House who will benefit from the training and from the information that helps with their ability to comply. Some persons are more experienced than others, but even the experienced members of the House will find benefit from having a lot more sense of certainty in respect of how we complete these declarations and do our reporting. So I encourage all members to come to the training next week, Tuesday at 10 a.m. on December 16th. I hope that's the correct date, the 16th. House Leader.
But my mouth is loud enough.
No, Member Warmington, take your seat. You can't, Member Warmington, take your seat. Yes, Member Warmington, take your seat. Member Warmington. Member Warmington. Member Warmington. Member Warmington. House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we do have a lot of ground to cover today. Let me just welcome the permanent secretaries and the other technical officers who have joined us in the House today, and that is for our Standing Finance Committee, which we will have. So, Madam Speaker, we will proceed by going to reports from committees. We plan to treat with the PAAC report and then the Standing Finance Committee, at which time we will come back into the House. But we're going to do the PAAC report, and let me thank the chair and the members of the PAAC for taking and thoroughly interrogating the budget process. I think they are saving us a lot of time today, because I watched and they really asked a lot of questions in that PAAC sitting. So we can proceed, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. Statement by ministers, announcements.
Laid on the table of the House are the following: annual report of the Management Institute for National Development MIND for the financial year 2024-2025 and its related ministry paper numbered 47 of 2025, entitled Annual Report of the Management Institute for National Development MIND for the financial year 2024-2025. Annual report of the Export-Import Bank of Jamaica, Exim Bank, for the financial year 2023-2024. independent fiscal commissions, validation of fiscal impact of Hurricane Melissa for the suspension of fiscal rules for the financial year 2025-2026. Report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the third supplementary estimates 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-2026 interim report. The law reform, zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, extension of period of operation number 2, orders 2025, and their respective resolutions in respect of 1. The Mount Salem community and environs in the parish of St. James Zone, 2. The Denham Town Community Zone, 3. The Greenwich Town Zone, 4. The Parade Garden Zone, 5. The Norwood community in the parish of St. James Zone, 6. The Savannah Lamar Zone, and 7. The Augusttown Zone, under the Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017. Minister Papers numbered 48 to 54 of 2025, titled The Law Reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, Social Interventions, June 5, 2025 to November 28, 2025, dated November 28, 2025, in respect of 1. The Mount Salem Community Zone, 2. The Denham Town Community Zone, 3. The Greenwich Town Zone, 4. The Parade Garden Zone, 5. The Norwood Community Zone, 6. The Savannah Lamar Zone, 7. The Augusttown Community Zone, and finally, the trade standard incandescent light sources prohibition except under the license order of 2025 and its resolution under the Trade Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reports, bills brought from the Senate, petition papers, reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House of Representatives a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the third supplementary estimates 2025-26, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-26 interim report.
Thank you, member. Notices of motions given orally. You go ahead.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the third supplementary estimates 2025-26, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-26 interim report, which was laid on the table of the House on the 9th day of December 2025, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thank you. Questions and answers to questions.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the expiration of 21 clear days, I will ask the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining the following question standing in my name.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, in public business, at this time we will take the motion moved by Member Bunting at this time.
Chairman of the Public Accounts and Appropriations Committee.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Chair, you may start your report. Turn your mic on, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise as chairman of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee to move the adoption of the committee's report on the fiscal policy paper interim for financial year 2025-26, the third supplementary estimates, and the public body's second supplementary estimates laid before this honorable House. Madam Speaker, you will appreciate that the PAAC is one of the Parliament's principal oversight mechanisms, tasked under Standing Order 73A with examining how public funds are allocated and spent, monitoring budget implementation as it unfolds, and interrogating obstacles to efficient public administration. This work is especially critical at a time when Jamaica is grappling with the profound human, economic, and fiscal fallout from Hurricane Melissa. Our deliberations were therefore conducted in the shadow of a national emergency, one that has reshaped the macroeconomic framework, disrupted revenues, and forced the government to seek suspension of the fiscal rules. The PAAC approached this responsibility with seriousness, independence, and a commitment to transparency on behalf of the Jamaican people. I wish to highlight several matters that the committee found particularly concerning. The first is that the interim fiscal policy paper was tabled more than 2 months late, in clear breach of Section 48E of the FAA Act. This is not a trivial matter. Timely fiscal reporting is fundamental to accountability, and this breach requires explanation and corrective action from the executive. I should point out that this report was due by the end of September, before Hurricane Melissa. And notwithstanding the fact that there was an election on September 3rd, this report is prepared by the technical officials of the ministry, not by the political directorate. The second point I'd wish to highlight is that the economic outlook has deteriorated sharply. A recovery in the first half of the year, recording growth of 2.8%, has reversed into a projected 4.3% contraction for the full fiscal year. Inflation is projected to spike to 9.5%, and unemployment is expected to rise. These shifts underscore the fragility of our economy and the urgency of a coherent recovery strategy. The third supplementary estimates reflect a substantial increase of 106.3 billion in overall expenditure, with over 53.5 billion earmarked for Hurricane Melissa recovery efforts. This includes a significant $24.2 billion loan to the Jamaica Public Service Company, which the committee examined closely, given the implications for households and businesses already under strain. Despite the scale of the disaster, the capital budget has been reduced by 2.2 billion. Members on both sides expressed concern that at the very time when roads, infrastructure, and public facilities are crying out for repair, the government is shifting resources away from capital projects. The Financial Secretary acknowledged these reallocations, but did not provide the level of project-specific detail the committee sought. The committee also interrogated large changes within the budget of the Office of the Prime Minister, including the transfer and significant increase in allocations related to the Jamaica Defense Force, as well as the inexplicable routing and later correction of Constituency Development Fund provisions. These require fuller explanation and stronger administrative controls. We further recorded concerns over the adequacy of support for the education sector, for public bodies facing liquidity strain, and for ministries, departments, and agencies tasked with recovery responsibilities, but constrained by delays in the release of funds. The PAAC does not exist to ratify government decisions. It exists to scrutinize them fairly but firmly, so that the public can have confidence that the scarce national resources are being managed responsibly, especially in this time of national hardship. Even with the concerns raised, the committee ultimately agreed, in the national interest, to recommend approval of the three instruments before the House. One, the Fiscal Policy Paper Interim Report for 2025-26. Two, the third supplementary estimates for financial year 2025-26. And three, the public body's second supplementary estimates. However, I wish to emphasize that approval does not imply endorsement of every decision or allocation. The committee will continue to exercise vigilant oversight as the recovery unfolds, and we expect the government to address the deficiencies identified in our report. Madam Speaker, at this time, I will pause to allow other members who may wish to contribute to the debate on the motion.
Chair, it would appear you may go ahead and move for the adoption.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Since there are no more remarks, I formally move that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee be adopted and approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the meeting of the House I now ask that we recommit notice of motions given orally.
Notices of motions given orally. Finance Minister. Oh, sorry. Let me move for the recommittal. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the third supplementary estimates 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-26 interim report, which was laid on the table of the House on the second day of December 2025, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House, for consideration and report. And be it further resolved that the committee, during its deliberations, take into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the third supplementary estimates 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-26 interim report, which was laid on the table of the House on the 9th day of December 2025. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public Business, House Leader. You may go ahead, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the motion to be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the third supplemental estimates 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-2026 interim report.
The question is that the meeting of the House be suspended for the Standing Finance Committee to meet to consider the third supplementary estimate for 2025-2026, the public body's second supplementary estimate of revenues and expenditure for the year ended March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-2026 interim report. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Meeting of the House is now suspended for Standing Finance Committee to meet. Standing Finance, please give me 2 seconds. The Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, is now convened. I will ask the member from St. James West Central to pray for us. Member Mother Huford. Members. Member Mother Huford will now pray for us, all members.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we come into your presence knowing that nothing is hid from you, that you see and you know all things. Great responsibility has been entrusted to us as members of this honorable house. The people of Jamaica are depending on us to make right decisions. I ask for clarity of thought and for an air of constructiveness as we review and deliberate upon matters which reflect the highest priority of any government, those which are contained in a budget. We thank you, O Lord, for continuing to guide and protect us. May what we do bring good to our people and glory to your name. Amen.
Amen. Members.
Madam Speaker, Chairman, we are in the Standing Finance Committee, but we're going to ask for about 5 minutes. The team from the Ministry of Finance is en route, and based on what I've been informed, may not speak too early, but let us allow them to get here. We should be able to proceed fairly quickly based on the work that has already been done by the PAAC, but there are apparently a couple of amendments to come. So we're going to ask Chair for a 5-minute suspension of the Standing Finance Committee to allow the FS and her team from Finance to get here.
Members, House Leader, members, I would ask you not to leave. I would like to confer with the House Leader because it may make sense that we go back to the House for some discussions. No. All right, so members, let me just use this opportunity, even in committee, to just clarify something for all members. Members, especially those who are new, the date of December 31st for the next statutory declaration due is in respect of your September 3, 2025 statutory declaration. So that would be your first declaration due. That is a declaration for the date of the general election for all members of the House. and that is due the 31st of December. All members should have had an email by now from the Integrity Commission. If you have not received one, please follow up. The form to be completed is attached. There are notations to assist us with how to complete the form, and there is a specimen or sample form completed to assist with the type of information therein. That would help our new members greatly. Now, to ensure it is understood, there is very soon after that another declaration due. That would be due by the 31st of March in respect of our information for December 31st. So 3 months' time, you would be due. Yes.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I think the guidance here is that the declaration that is due the 31st of December is in respect of all members based on the new administration. So your first full year's declaration will now be required on the 31st of December 2026. 2026. So you won't have to do for March. All right. So your date for presenting that declaration would be up to March 31, 27. That's the rule.
Yes, Chairman, I think we need to clarify because it is my understanding, it is my understanding that those of us who have been here will do a declaration for the third, but but at the end of the year, we still have to do an entire year's declaration. Yes, yes.
Members, I do believe it is not necessary for us to have this particular debate and deliberation at this time. What is of the utmost importance at this moment or juncture is what's due for the 31st of December, which is our report of our balances and information for September 3rd. I do believe we will have an opportunity to further clarify in respect of anything else. Thank you very much, members. Former House Leader, would you be so kind? Minister, House Leader, not so, and that's why we want clarification. And why it is, why? Because there are some members who have businesses who have financial year end as at December 31st.
These are the minutes. Right? Am I correct to say that there have been amendments to the recurring side, but no amendments to the right, and there's no amendments to the interim report. Is there? Okay. And is there any like both bodies? So just amendments to the recurring side.
That's why I generally leave early. I leave at least half an hour early. I don't know if it's on. I'm just gonna really do the amendment. All right, these are the amendments. Okay. All right. So I'm just gonna read the things.
Members, we are ready to reconvene standing finance committee of the entire house.
Thank you, Chair. After deliberations with my counterpart from the opposition, they have indicated that they only have questions for three entities. The Ministry of Finance and the Minister and her team are seated, the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Education. So I want to thank the other technical teams who are here. I wanted to say that openly because we know they all have a lot to do and we know they have to make the time to be here. So the opposition will be fielding questions to the Ministry of Finance, the Office of the Prime Minister, and the Ministry of Education. The Minister and the Ministry of Finance team is there, and I now turn over to the members of the committee.
Members, you would have remembered that on the second day of December 2025, the House of Representatives, by resolution, referred the third supplementary estimate 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-2026, interim report to the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. The committee's report, along with the third supplementary estimates 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-2026 interim report are now before us for our consideration and report. The committee is now ready to start its deliberation, and the House Leader has indicated how we will proceed. Minister of Finance.
Thank you.
Marshall.
No. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is it working?
Madam Speaker, I was sitting here and I know that I have been here for quite some time, but I thought that this was a committee meeting. Am I good? If that's a committee meeting, are you in the right seat?
Member, in committee, you can and usually come down. Based on the volume of documents that I had on my desk, I decided to sit in the same place. However, I would be spoken to as chair, not Madam Speaker, at this time. Member, if you notice, the maze has been lowered as well. So we are in committee.
Madam Chair. It's not working. It's not working. It's still not working.
Check, check.
Members, I have completed my preamble. Minister.
My member.
I'm ready to commence, members.
Members, I would remind members of the Standing Finance Committee that to have a smooth process, that we highlight the part of the budget that we're asking in relation to, and that we proceed.
Minister of Finance, you should commence.
Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Check, check. Check, audio check.
Madam Chair.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. By now, Madam Chair, everyone knows that the Jamaican economy was significantly impacted on October 28th by Hurricane Melissa, which made landfall in Westmoreland. According to the PIOJ, the most severely impacted parishes included St. Elizabeth, St. James.
Minister of Finance, not hearing you at all.
I don't know. I'll sit over there then.
No, you can't. I don't think you can.
Can we go over there?
No.
I know, can talk and then I hear. Madam Chair, are you hearing? Madam Chair, a little bit. Madam Chair. Okay.
Go ahead, Minister, a little clearer.
Madam Chair. By now, everyone knows that the Jamaican economy was significantly impacted on October 28th by Hurricane Melissa, which made landfall in Westmoreland. According to the PIOJ, there were several impacted parishes: Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, St. James, Hanover, Trelawney, St. Anne, and Manchester. The preliminary projection for real economic growth for fiscal year 2025-26 now stands at minus 4.3%, a decline compared to 2.2% at the time of the original budget. Nominal growth is now projected to be minus 0.2%. As a result, the central government's second supplementary estimates for fiscal year 2025-26, which was tabled on Tuesday, October 21, 2025, must now be significantly adjusted for the impact both revenue and expenditure on the budget arising from pre and post Hurricane Melissa matters. Whereas the second supplementary budget was projected to be in balance, the preliminary assessment is for the central government to now generate a fiscal deficit of 3.5%. The debt ratio is now projected to increase to 68.2% of GDP for this fiscal year. Having said that, Madam Chair, the government remains committed, even more so during this crisis, to prudent fiscal management. And with those opening words, Madam Chair, we will take any questions that there may be.
We will end up having to operate in the same way. If you are not finished speaking, please do not turn your mic off. That way, we go one by one in the order in which your mic was turned on. Are we clear? Member Robinson, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have two procedural points.
Oh, sorry. My apology.
Madam.
Yes, I have two procedural points. One is a question, the other is a statement. Has there been significant changes to the supplementary since we approved it just now? And if so, could you walk us through what those major changes are? Because a document has been put here which seems lengthy, and it's important before we proceed that you let us know what those substantive changes are. So that's my first question.
Thank you, Member. So yes, there are some changes. There are some amendments to the third supplementary estimates. Those amendments include head 20,000. There was a typographical error in title on pages 20,000-1 to 20,000-8. The error should be corrected to read third supplementary estimates 2025-26. There's also an amendment of $747 million for the special end-of-year constituency-based disaster mitigation program to support urgent works such as drain cleaning, debushing, debris removal, and minor repairs, and these were inadvertently allocated on the head 15,000 Office of the Prime Minister. The Standing Finance Committee amendment shows the $850 million allocated to head 19,000 recurrent Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development to be utilized by the NWA as follows: National Cleanup and Resilience Building Program, $630 million, and Targeted Responses to Urgent and Emerging Needs, $220 million. The third amendment is 1.7 billion.
Minister of Finance, I note that a member is holding up his hand. He's having the same challenge that we are having.
Yeah, following where
This
you are.
amendment
Yeah.
is difficult to follow.
Follow is very difficult to
So
follow.
what would have been good is either we go in order of this amendment document, or all of us will have to sit and number it page 1 through, so that we know from whence you speak.
Madam
The
Speaker,
sections, the
are
heads that have
Are
several
there no
sheets.
notes on what you have?
No.
No,
So
okay.
so those heads that have more than one page of amendment will show the head and page 1, 2. So as in head 20,000 has -1, 2011 1, and then nothing after that, 26 1, 2600 1, and then 2659 1. But it is hard to follow for the members because the entire amendment document is one composite document without pages. So we may have to pause and all of us number our pages at this time, but in future it would be good for the Ministry of Finance if we have a bulk of amendments to have, before it's printed, page numbering at the bottom or top of the document so that all of us can follow. Yeah. So we can match back with the explanations.
I mean, Madam Speaker, we don't want to be difficult,
Right.
but
It's not
quite
difficult,
frankly,
you're
no,
reasonable.
I'm saying
Madam
it really is
Speaker.
difficult to follow
It's reasonable.
without a written
You're correct.
document.
Absolutely reasonable. So members, let us all just number the pages that we have received. That's this amendment document in the interest of time.
The top, right?
And Minister of Finance, in referring to major amendments,
Madam
would now
Chair.
refer to the page by
Madam
number.
Chair, Madam Chair, just to note, the heads are at the top left-hand corner.
That's not the challenge, Minister. It is because you have started to give explanation as to major changes. You started in the middle of the document at finance, but for all of us, we would have to be shifting through the document to try to find where you are. And it would be faster if the pages were all numbered, so you could refer to the page number, and it would allow all members in the committee to quickly go to where you're speaking from. I think we have about 14 pages. Everybody could just quickly number them.
You wanted an answer as to whether or not there have been substantial changes. So either the thing has gone up or down. Yeah.
But like the one for 600 and something million, that's a substantial change.
Yeah.
That's
but that is for our benefit.
Yes, absolutely.
So can't fight that one.
No. But we want to highlight it.
So we have 14 pages in total. And in order to ensure that the Minister of Finance is able to speak from anywhere within the document, if we have all numbered the pages, then Minister of Finance, you can direct us to the page number as you go through your comments. Thank you.
And then this one is it. This one. I'll start with page 4. Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair.
Oh, hold a moment, please, my Minister of Finance, just a moment. Minister Malou for it, member.
Okay, now you said this was inadvertently already. 1500 is on page. That's page 4. That's page 4. No, no, this is page. The 1500. Page 4. To 19. To 1900. 19,000. Oh, God. All right, let's wait. So where's the arrow? Where's the arrow? Third supplement. No, this one.
Or members, we are back. Let me apologize for the interruptions. Just a reminder, before we go ahead, two things. Number 67 in the standing orders, page 42, supplementary appropriations bill. Just a reminder for all of us, where a supplementary appropriations bill is presented in accordance with section 116 of the Jamaica Constitution, Order in Council 1962, then the debate on the second reading thereof shall be strictly confined to the matters for which additional expenditure is required, and when the question thereon has been agreed to, the bill shall not be committed, and the question that the bill now be read a third time shall be put forthwith without amendment or debate. So particularly pointing out additional expenditure is what we should be discussing at this time. Another point to make, Minister, in the House, the chair of the PAAC pointed out certain concerns coming from the PAAC meeting in his report. He would have also sent it to the Ministry of Finance, and he is hoping that in our discourse, those issues raised would also be attended to. It would have been sent to the Ministry of Finance yesterday, so you could indicate if you are, and you actually also acknowledge receipt at Finance. I'm not sure whom at Finance. So FS, Minister, you could speak to that. And if not, Minister, you may want to have the team still take a look at those concerns in the event that assistance is needed in being able to respond to those issues coming from the PAAC report.
Okay. Madam Chair, I am being advised by the FS that she's not in receipt of the questions.
Let me allow the chair of PAAC, Member Bunting, go ahead.
What I will just assist, the committee clerk had sent the draft report of the PAAC to the Ministry of Finance. We in fact got feedback from them. And to assist, I have here an extra copy of the report and the 6 points I highlighted in my opening contribution to the debate on the motion to facilitate. I'll share this with the officials.
Thank you, Member. So, Minister of Finance, you may commence. And my understanding from Member Bunting, who chairs the PAAC, is that incorporated in these deliberations and discussions, he would love to be able, for the benefit of all, to have responses to those areas raised from the Ministry of Finance.
All right. Madam Chair, I will start with the amendments to the third supplementary estimates while my technical team looks at the questions that were raised.
Captain, definitely we're having a problem with the mic.
So, Madam Chair,
That is better.
Madam Chair, I'll begin with the amendments to the third supplementary estimates. Just to note that on page 6, there's a typographical error in the title. On pages, the head number 20,000-1 to 20,000-8, and the error was corrected to read third supplementary estimates 2025-2026. On page 4, Madam Chair, Office of the Prime Minister, 747 million for the special end-of-year constituency-based disaster mitigation program to support urgent works such as drain cleaning, debushing, debris removal, and minor repairs were inadvertently allocated under head 15,000, page 4, Office of the Prime Minister. The Standing Finance Committee amendment shows the 850 million allocated to head 19,000, which is page 5, recurrent, Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, to be utilized by the NWA as follows: National Cleanup and Resilience Building Program, 630 million, and targeted responses to urgent and emergent needs, 220 million. Madam Chair, a third amendment relates to $1.7 billion transferred from head 20,000. If you'll go to page 6, head 20,000, Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, Hurricane Melissa contingency, to the head 42,000, Ministry of Education, Skills and Information. Sorry, let me go that again, Madam Chair, sorry. 1.7 billion was transferred from head 20,000, and you'd see that on page 6. Head 20,000 is the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, and that was transferred to head 42,000, which is the Ministry of Education, Skills and Information, and that's reflected on page 13. And that is to be
Minister, it says head 41,000, and you're saying 42,000. Let us just confirm. Minister of Education. 1,000, Minister.
That's correct. That's correct, Madam Chair. It should be 41,000. Ministry of Education and Skills, and that will be reflected on page 13. Page 13. Yep.
Since you're on that point, can you just indicate what the additional amounts are for? Is that for repairs to schools, etc., arising from Melissa?
Yes. Yes, Hurricane Melissa relief and response, Ministry of Education.
I know colleagues will have some follow-up questions specific to areas in their constituencies and schools, but I just wanted a broad answer as to what it represented.
Madam Chair, amendment number 4 would be $280 million for the Ministry of Culture for hurricane-related expenditure, and that will be reflected on page 14 of the report that you have. And there's $91 million to head 22.
Minister, you should best start with the page number so persons can get to the page
Page
number
14.
that you're speaking from, not say it at the end.
Please go to page
14, right.
Madam Chair. There you will see the allocation of $280 million to the Ministry of Culture for hurricane-related expenditure. And then finally, Madam Speaker, on page 8, you will see $91 million to head 22,000, which is water, environment, and climate change for administrative expenses. Amendments to other heads are mainly reallocations requested by the MDAs.
All right, thank you, Minister. Before I go to
Hold on, member. Repeat your last statement, Minister. The last sentence you said amendments.
I said amendments to other heads are mainly reallocations requested by MDAs. Within MDA.
Ministries, agencies, and departments.
Thank you, Minister.
Minister, before I go to my substantive questions, I would also like to highlight that going forward, the report from the Independent Fiscal Commission should be tabled at the same time that the supplementary is tabled. I know you have done so today, and I see it as one of the tabled documents, but it's important for our own analysis of the supplementary. And I know it's not required by law for you to do so, but for good governance and transparency, that we have it at the same time as the supplementary going forward, so we can have an independent analysis of what you are presenting to us. In terms of my...
Member, just to note that that report, when asked for, it was sent to Parliament within a day or two.
I know, no. So I see it as a table document today, but I'm just saying going forward, when it is sent to you by law, and I'm just asking if we are, for future reference, when you table the supplementary, that you table it at the same time, so we have the benefit of it prior to it being tabled now. In terms of the substantive question, first one relates to JPS. I have seen in the media where you have finalized the terms of the loan to the JPS. Could you indicate what those terms are in terms of the tenor of the loan and the interest rate? And I ask within the context of a concern that consumers will have about being charged higher bills to facilitate the repayment of this loan. So that's my first question.
Well, remember the terms of the loan to JPS is 5 years at 5.5%.
Can you indicate which government agency is the official agency providing the loan?
Ministry of Finance and the Public Service.
Or the ministry directly? Okay. There was, related to JPS, there was a allocation or a figure of 450 million US, not in the supplementary, but part of the overall loan package that the international financial institutions were providing, a part of the $6.7 billion. Could you provide some clarity as to what that 450 million US allocated or earmarked for JPS would be used for?
So member, the Ministry of Energy could give you further details, but in essence, this facility would be available to JPS, as they had indicated that there was a need for additional funding, where we would like for the 150 million that was allocated to them as a loan, for that to come back to us out of this facility, but all of that is left to be worked out.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, we have provided an upfront loan of 150. The international financial institutions have made a provision of 450 million, which JPS can draw down on and use that to repay the government the 150. Is that correct?
Just so you're aware, member, it's not something that is in place yet, but contemplated.
No, I
and
know.
those are
That's why I
some
say
of the-
earmarked and not definitive. But it's important to understand what it is earmarked for and what is the thinking, because obviously there would have been discussions between the government of Jamaica and the IFIs around this facility. And since the figure is there, we just want clarity on it.
Very, very preliminary discussions, member.
Very preliminary. So when will you be in a position, I had asked you at the last sitting, to provide greater detail in terms of the 6.7 billion. We know 2.4 is private sector mobilization funding, but the direct government of Jamaica borrowing, when will you be able to tell us specifics on that in terms of the amounts from institutions, interest rates, length of period to pay, whether there's moratoria, etc.? When can you provide that to the House?
So member, the announcement was made last week, and as you can imagine, with these kinds of facilities, there are many conversations, many rounds of meetings to happen. We are in the early days following this announcement, so please allow us some time. Obviously, government has to look at its priority projects. It has to look at the timing of those projects. There is quite a bit to be worked out, member, which would not be possible to bring to the House in a week.
Okay, I understand that, but would you be in a position to say when? And I asked that within the context, you have made projections around our debt to GDP ratio, moving up to 68% and moving higher. I assume those projections would account for what you anticipate that you intend to borrow to deal with the gaps that arise from the fall off in economic income activity and taxable income.
All right. The 68% debt to GDP that you referenced, member, is what we're projecting by the end of this fiscal year, which will be in another 3 months. And all, if not most of that, is primarily due to the decline in the GDP. As we look out in the medium term, that's where you would see reflected any drawdowns on these facilities that have been announced.
So no new borrowing for this fiscal year up to March 2026.
So in this fiscal year, member, there is a little bit of borrowing, but not enough to move the needle significantly.
All right, since you have not finalized the arrangements, is there a contemplation to negotiate within these facilities? There is a specific climate provision, and I think Barbados has piloted that, where in the event of a natural disaster, that there is a waiver of suspension of payments of interest and principal. We don't have that. Is that something we are going to do going forward, given that we haven't finalized the negotiation of these facilities?
Those are conversations we've had specifically with the president of the IDB in particular and with representatives of the World Bank, but to be finalized.
And then my final question, I've highlighted a number of times the chronic underspend of our capital budget. I know efforts have been made to address the procurement issues. There was a reallocation of 2 billion in this particular supplementary away from the capital budget. Can you indicate the specific steps that are being taken to ensure that we can, in fact, spend the allocations that are provided within the budget and within the context where there is such a great need now in this rebuilding exercise to have capital projects executed on time?
Well, for this fiscal year so far, member, as you would probably know, we did have a hurricane, and that would have slowed some of the capital spending that we have to do for this year. But in terms of going forward and the reconstruction efforts that would need to be underway, you would have heard the Prime Minister talk about the National Recovery and Reconstruction Authority, an entity to coordinate the work that needs to be done for reconstruction, an entity that's supposed to be nimble in terms of its efforts and its coordination. So there's great expectation that as we go forward, that you will see, a better utilization of the capital that needs to be spent, especially for reconstruction.
Minister, you know very well that the...
I'm sorry, it's a National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority.
No, but we know the problem of under expenditure on the capital budget is not specific to Hurricane Melissa or Hurricane Beryl. It's certainly for the last 4, maybe 5 fiscal years, we have had significant under expenditure. Now, is it that you're suggesting that NARA will be able to operate more efficiently and effectively than normal central budget and normal central government and the MDAs? Are there revised procurement guidelines that will be available to that agency so that they can actually spend the money?
So for the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, we are expecting that it will operate under emergency procurement rules, but also that it will have the ability to engage significantly large companies to help us in terms of having a faster pace at the reconstruction.
All right, thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues who have other questions.
Thank you.
Member Bunting is first, and then Member Hilton.
Thank you. Minister, a number of issues were highlighted.
Member Bunting, hold on a moment. Member Hilton says he has a procedural question. So could we allow him to go ahead of you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we were told that 3 ministries, the focus will be on 3 ministries. My question then is, for the other ministries for which there may be questions, is the Ministry of Finance the appropriate body to direct those questions to?
They are here based on what House Leader had said. So the other ministries are here who will come and answer the questions in respect of those 3 ministries, separate and apart from the Ministry of Finance.
Okay, good.
So 3 ministries in all. So
yes, outside of the 3.
I'm wondering if we would want to invite in everybody at the same time. So, or, right, because it's outside of
the
this.
three.
Outside. Oh, no. So, yes, the Ministry of Finance procedurally
Right.
would be required to answer any question that comes up outside of the three, because we indicated, the House leader in discussion with the opposition,
Right.
that they only had questions for those three ministries and moved that we release them. So they would have been released and they have gone back to the ministry.
Right.
That's what I understand to have occurred.
Yeah.
So they would not be here. If the Ministry of Finance is able to answer any questions that we have for any ministry outside of that, they may. However, one would want to be understanding and possibly find a mechanism to get some written responses if we have questions for other ministries, to be fair to them.
Yeah, but you know, my,
Follow up?
no, I hear. I just think, given the nature and the times that we are having this.
Given the nature and all of that, we should not have made a decision collectively to release them.
I don't know
We
about
were all
collective.
in favor, so you may not have heard. So we sent them back to their substantive work. Member Bunting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Minister, in the report of the PAAC, we noted that the fiscal policy paper was tabled more than 2 months late, in clear breach of Section 48E of the FAA Act. Would you explain why this occurred? This was before Melissa, so we can't blame Melissa for this one. It was due by the end of September. Could you explain why this occurred and what is the corrective action being taken to ensure it does not reoccur? That's the first question.
So, member, there were intervening events. As you may recall, there was an election. And then right after we came back into government, we had the hurricane. And so those events.
But Minister, with respect, I think the financial secretary and her team were campaigning in the election. So that doesn't provide an excuse for why they did not have.
Member Hilton.
So I'm advised by the FS that the FPP fiscal policy paper interim requires policy decisions. So it's not something that the it's not something that the technocrats at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service can finalize by themselves and bring to Parliament. They just had to wait until the new government was in place, with ministers assigned to ministries, and ministers had to come in and get used to their brief. So that explains it, member.
There are other concerns that were raised regarding, for example, the inadequacy of the allocation to the Ministry of Education, which I have seen amendments now, which has quadrupled the allocation to the Ministry of Education in these amendments that you've just tabled this afternoon. So when we come to OPM and education, members of the committee will further interrogate on those issues.
So member, there is an allocation to the Ministry of Education that would take them through the end of this fiscal year. There are, as we look at the fiscal years ahead, there will be even more significant allocation, right? In this budget, there is about 1 point, how much is it? 1.7? 2.3 billion in this budget. 2.3, right, with the amendment, there will be 2.3 billion in this budget. Right, but it increased to 2.3 billion. And in subsequent fiscal years ahead, there will be significant allocation.
Yeah. Member Crawford is next, going from Member Hilton's procedural question as it relates to the supplementary estimates, where there are additional questions, Minister of Finance and FS. The members are asking that every effort be made to respond, because there are, in keeping with what I read earlier in terms of appropriations bill, the right to ask question in respect of any increases. And therefore, as much as is possible, it is being encouraged to respond to the increases wherever they may be. In the event that we are not able to respond, then we would provide a response at a later date. But every effort should be made to respond. Member Crawford?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Minister, the loan to JPS of approximately 23 billion Jamaican, is that in addition to the 45 million US dollars that they received from the self-insurance?
Yeah, remember the 150 million is a loan from the Ministry of Finance and well, it's a loan from the government, operationalized by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. In terms of their insurance payments, that question would have to be put to the respective ministry. I don't have the, okay, from the OUR. It has nothing to do with the loan. It's separate from the loan.
So that is separate from the loan?
Yeah.
Okay, so all right. So in addition, all right. So the JPS loan that was given by the Ministry of Finance, do you have the current interest rate that was agreed to?
5.5%.
5.5%. Are we correct that the projected rate of borrowing that the government can achieve is approximately 12 to 15% projected?
I'm sorry, projected based on what? 12. Can you explain a little bit more?
Yeah, the documents that we have seen suggest that if the government was to borrow, the interest rates that they'll likely be able to achieve was approximately 12 to 15%. Is that correct?
Absolutely not. Significantly lower.
It will be significantly lower. Do you have an estimate of the rates that the government would be able to borrow?
The average rate, member, and if you look at our debt profile publication, you will see that it is in the single digit range.
Yes, so can you give me a better understanding? Is it 3%, 7%, 8%?
So member, as you can imagine, our source of financing, there are different sources of financing. You have the commercial market, commercial market local, commercial market international. You have our international partners, and in each of those, the rate would be different. International partners, very low single digit. domestic market, single digit as well, international market, single digit. So if you were to average that across the entire portfolio, it still comes back to a single digit number.
Yep, Madam Minister, single digit can vary from 10 to 9. So I'm asking if you can give us a ballpark, a range of where the average interest rate would be.
All right, so member, just to direct you, there is a publication that's done. It's called our medium-term debt management strategy. This one goes from fiscal year 2025 to 2026 to fiscal year 2028, 29. And it goes in great detail about the loan portfolio. And as I flip through the pages, you will note that on, let me get to it. All right, so if we look at our domestic interest rate, it's about no, this is not. All right, so member, it goes anywhere from a low of 3.3% to 8.5%, depending on the instrument and the market in which we borrow and the currency.
All right, so thank you, Minister. As it relates to the 3.6 billion US dollars, approximately, that's what, 500 billion Jamaican, is any portion of that to be in this supplementary budget?
Oh, none of that is in this fiscal year's
None of
figures.
that is in this fiscal year. If I can go back to the 24 billion for JPS, how would that impact the liquidity and the ability to implement projects going forward this year into this budget?
How would that impact the government?
Yes, to do the housing, the water, the food packages, the removal of that 25 billion in a loan to JPS, how would that impact the budget's ability?
It does not. We have ample liquidity to manage what we, set out to do this fiscal year.
Okay. What's the estimated impact of this 3.6 billion on the debt to GDP ratio moving forward?
So member, we're not gonna take everything on our books all at once. We will be very careful about the drawdown on these facilities that are available to us. As you can imagine, these facilities are to enable us to do big projects that would add to the GDP growth. These projects are going to be over 1, 2, maybe 3 fiscal year.
Yes.
So there will be, a time frame over which these loans would be drawn down as the projects.
So
play
considering
themselves
so first question, did the Prime Minister misspoke when he said that over 3 years we'll be doing the drawdown? Did he misspeak?
The announcement, the headline announcement was 3 years
Yes.
from our international partners. But remember, it's going to depend on the pace of government.
So it might not be
Alright.
3 years.
It will depend on the pace of government.
Okay. So do we have any estimate based on different scenarios over 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? What will be the impact on the debt to GDP ratio?
We've put forward so in our fiscal policy paper memo, we have put out some estimates of
Yes.
where the debt to GDP is expected to be after we hit the 68.3% this year. We are expecting recovery, as we've seen with other disasters. If you look back on Beryl last year, within 2 quarters, we were able to begin to see economic recovery. I'm not saying within 2 quarters we will see that with Melissa, but there is expectation that GDP will begin to grow again. And together with the capital spending that we need to do and the drawdowns, those have been worked into the estimates that we put out.
Can you give me that estimate, or is it available?
Right. So we have some preliminary estimates in this medium-term publication as we concretize the projects, and we know the life cycle of the projects, and we know the drawdowns. Those will be reflected in numbers in the future. But these are our preliminary estimates that we lay out in the fiscal policy paper interim report.
And at its peak, what is the debt to GDP ratio based on your estimates? What's the peak debt to GDP ratio?
68.3%.
So after the addition of the loans, we expect that the growth would be sufficient to maintain a debt to GDP ratio of 63.8%.
68.3% at the end of this fiscal year 25-26, by the time we get to the end of it. And then as we go forward, we're expecting recovery in our GDP. We are expecting projects to pick up. We're expecting economic activity, and you can see the trajectory for our debt to GDP in these papers. So we're expecting to begin to see a decline again in the debt to GDP.
So based on your estimation, over the next 5 years, the debt to GDP ratio should not be greater than 68.3%?
That is our early estimate.
What is the growth rate that you have used to make this estimation? The expected growth rate to make this estimation?
All right, so remember, over the medium term, in terms of real GDP growth, we're looking at 0.7 next year, 3.1 fiscal year 2027-28, and 1% fiscal year 2028-29. And that's the real GDP growth. Obviously, nominal GDP growth would be different numbers.
So our estimation, if we take the full sum loans, are that rates of growth of 3% or less would be able to keep us at 68.3%?
No, we're not going to be kept at 68.3%. With the hurricane this year, our estimation that we will end this fiscal year 2025-26, which comes to a close at the end of March of next year, that when we look at our debt to GDP, then it will be in the range of about 68.3%, primarily due to the decline in the GDP.
Okay, let me correct my question. Are you suggesting that it's going to be 68.3% or lower at rates of growth of 3% or averaging that 3%?
Yes, we're expecting it to be lower, member.
Okay. Now, we have also seen in the fiscal paper that there's a target of 60% by 2030. I figure you'll be taking that today as well. However, have you done any estimates on the level of surplus that we'd have to sustain to achieve that?
All right, so member, or preliminary estimate to achieve a 60% debt to GDP would be by the end of fiscal year 2029-2030.
Do you have an estimate of what the surplus levels would have to be?
So, member, as you can imagine, as we move forward, we will have greater clarity in terms of the growth from the various sectors that have been decimated by the hurricane. We'll have greater clarity about agriculture, about tourism, about the business sector, just about growth in general. But sitting here today, we have to look into the future and give our best estimate. Those estimates are subject to change up or down as we get greater clarity in terms of our growth rates, as we get greater clarity in terms of the projects requiring spending, and as we get better clarity just about the needs coming from the ministries, departments, and agencies.
Okay. There was enrolled in the grand announcement of $6.7 billion, a private sector loan of $2.4 billion. I think US dollars. I think MP from where Julian is from again, Southeast St. Andrew had asked the question, is this dependent on the appetite of the private sector for loans?
I would say yes, but also
that's why I stop answer you.
Recall that there are many projects that government may need to get done, that it could enter into PPP agreement with the private sector and so on. So it's government and the private sector working together in terms of the priority for that part of the loan.
I don't think I got the answer. Is it dependent on the appetite of the private sector, or is it something that government can also participate in?
Right at this moment, it's earmarked for the private sector, but as I'm indicating, there are big projects that I know government would love to get done that it could do in collaboration with the private sector. For example, it could be structured as a public-private partnership.
So in the case of a public-private partnership, is it that the private component is the only part that can come from the 2.4 billion, or also the government's involvement can come from the 2.4 billion?
The 2.4 is for the public sector.
Is for the public sector?
I'm sorry, for the private sector as
So
far
if
as
there's
my
a public-private
information
partnership where the government is spending $1 billion and the private sector is spending $1 billion, can the government also benefit from this 2.4, or only the private sector component?
Member, at this moment, the 2.4 billion would be coming from the private sector arm of the multilaterals.
So essentially the government can't participate. Now the Prime Minister have indicated that there were previous projects before Beryl. Were the previous private entities, and didn't they already identify capital if there were previous agreements?
Minister, if you could, I'm sorry, member, if you could add a little bit more color to that. I don't know exactly what it is that you're talking about.
In the House, the Prime Minister indicated that they were likely to take up the loan because they were previous projects that were in train. Wouldn't those previous projects already identify capital, or would those previous projects would have just been sitting in limbo without any identification of capital?
Chair, I think while the member does have some latitude in committee, which I think he rightly directed his questions initially around things like interest rate and loans. I believe now he's going a little bit outside of what we're here to discuss today. Not to say his questions aren't relevant for another space and time, but not for this supplemental budget exercise. So I would ask the member just to bear that in mind.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to come back inside and ask my final question.
Where were you, member?
I was outside.
Where were you?
I was outside, so I've got to come back inside. There was a correction made today with a movement from the Ministry of Education from 616 million to 2.31 billion, 2,316 million. Was that a correction of a mistake, or was that a conversation that they had post the PAAC?
Okay, yes. Member, we had provided a contingency for Melissa, and it was out of that that allocation was taken for the Ministry of Education. Once we determined what it is, they could spend during the financial year. We had to. It's a transfer of the funds, based on their assessment of their need.
You turned off your mic by mistake, Member Crawford? If you are finished, the next person is who has been waiting patiently is Member Newell.
Thank you, Chair. So, Minister, what I want to find out is whether the increased allocation to the Ministry of Education is the correction of an error, or it is a fresh allocation based on new information post the PAAC. Yeah, but the answer wasn't, the response was not. She didn't answer the question.
So, member, there's an amount that was put into the contingency fund in finance specifically to finance those requests, those Melissa-related requests when they come in. As you know, well over, I think the number is about 160 or 68, 168 or so schools were damaged. The Ministry of Education had to send out their assessors to assess the damage. We knew that they would come with a significant request, and so that allocation in the contingency would be taken out at that time when they come, with the size and the quantum of their request.
So is it that ahead of the tabling of the supplementary last week, this information was not available because it was not placed there? So it suggests that it is either an error or new information came in. I'm not clear what it is. So was it just a placeholder last week?
So I'm advised by the FS that the details just was not available at the time of preparation of the document.
Okay, so you used the best figure that you had at the time.
We used it, right. And again, the amount that's set aside for Melissa contingency was the account out.
No, I'm clear on the set aside, Minister. What I wasn't clear on is the significant difference that would have, which I welcome, because 1 million per school was way inadequate.
No, that was just for cleanup.
15,007, Minister. I want to direct you there. On page 4 on the revised, the amendment. Last week at PAAC, we had asked for an explanation on the 848,400,000, which the supplementary budget said was additional requirement for the Constituency Development Fund. And we were unable to place it in terms of the information we have where the CDF is concerned. Your revised numbers indicate that 747,400 of that have been moved to the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and infrastructure development for implementation of the special end-of-year constituency-based disaster mitigation. That leaves $101 million, which I'm assuming the remark and classification remains, which is additional requirement for the Constituency Development Fund. Can you explain?
All right, I'm advised that the 747 million for the special end-of-year constituency-based disaster mitigation was placed in head 1500, which is the office, 15,000, which is the office of the Prime Minister, but it was inadvertently allocated there. So it has been transferred since then to head 1900, which is the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, to be utilized by the NWA as follows: National Cleanup and Resilience Building Program 630, and targeted responses to urgent and emerging needs 220 million.
which leaves a balance of $101 million. Can you indicate what that represents and whether it's still under the classification of additional requirement for the Constituency Development Fund?
So, member, instead of 747, it's now 850.
Well, what I'm seeing, Minister, on page 4 of your revised document, I'm seeing 747, which was revised from OPM. So I'm trying to get an understanding of the remainder.
Member, we'd have to get an explanation for that 101 million from the Office of the Prime Minister. I don't know.
Thank you, Minister. In your presentation last week, you said already our international partners have indicated that within that package that's announced, there's about 450 million for JPS. And what that will do is allow for a loan of 150 million to be repaid back to us so we get back the liquidity. Minister, would you agree that just based on the questions asked earlier and the answers that you have given, that that statement is premature and the loan is at now speculative at best?
What do you mean by speculative?
Meaning the loan is not there. It depends on JPS and the multilaterals working out an agreement for that loan to become available.
We've given or undertaken to JPS.
No, Minister, I'm speaking specifically to, I quoted you from the Hansard, where you said the 450 million, what that will do is allow for our loan of 150 million to be repaid back to us. I'm asking if that was accurate or if you will accept that that was a premature statement.
It was a statement that we believe will happen because
we wish along with you, Minister. Thanks.
What? I'm sorry. I never said we believe will happen. So member, you have no idea member, let me say, member, just let me say, since the announcement of this $150 million loan to JPS, you would have heard the minister talk about what it will do in terms of just ensuring that we have electricity island-wide over the next 2 months, which is significant. Otherwise, persons without would have to wait for a much longer period of time. And I just want to say to you that there are so many persons who called me to say how very proud they are of the government and the ability of the government to be able to extend US $150 million to our electricity company. I can't think of another time, another government, certainly not on your side, that would have been able to do this.
Member from Eastern Westmoreland.
Question. Chairman, Mike.
Yeah, Minister, just to follow up on that, despite the fanfare that is going on. Minister, if if JPS is requiring $450 million so that the good people of Eastern Westmoreland and elsewhere can receive can receive electricity, and currently from what we are aware of thus far, the government is willing to lend 150 out of the amount. Yes? Of the 450, the government is willing to lend 400, 450, the government is willing to lend 150. Well, 350, whichever figure it is, say 350, the government is willing to lend 150, but they require 350 so that all the persons that are currently affected can get back light.
No, man, you ask the question, you know. Ask the question.
What is the sum that is required by JPS to restore electricity to all of the persons who are currently affected?
So the Minister of Energy has just indicated 150 million US dollars.
So that means that the $350 million is to restore and?
Those are details that we don't have. JPS would be the entity that would answer those questions as to the details of any loan that they take on.
But I am not sure, Minister, that is what we were presented with in this house. We were told that JPS required $350 million and that the government would be loaning $150 million. That is what we were told. Has that number been revised?
So the minister has indicated US 150 to restore by the end of January 2026.
So who's lying somewhere? Somebody not telling the truth. Somebody not telling the truth. Eh? You can, I said, who is lying? I asked the question. You can decide whatever the answer is.
The minister, this is not as easy as just a soapbox moment. This is not a political soapbox moment to just say 150 and you get back light. It's not. What we're talking about here is also the finances of the country. So I'm saying I need to know when JPS did their estimates, their assessment as to the damage from the devastating Category 5 hurricane, what is it that is required to restore electricity to all of the persons that were affected? That's what I need to know, because previously we were all of the impression that that was 350 million. Then we heard it being revised upwards to about 400 million. And now we are told that only 150 million is required to restore electricity to all affected persons.
All right, so member, please put your questions to the Minister of Energy in the order, the parliamentary order, and he will respond at that time.
Not even you know
Chair, just to follow up on that, it is an important question because if 350 million is the figure that is required and they have received 150, it would leave a shortfall of 200. Now, if JPS is currently in a predicament where the license that they have to operate, they currently have no guarantee beyond another 2 years, and their entire revenue that they will earn over those 2 years is less than the 200 million, then it would mean that some further assessment would need to be done prior to making a loan of 150 million US. It makes a whole heap of sense. Yes, they want light. Yes, they do. And that's why we need to know how much to give them light. We need to know how much to give them the light that they need.
Hold on, member. The JPS is not a government entity. It is not a ministry agency or department of government. Hold on.
I'm holding.
And so, member, while you can ask questions as it relates to what is in the budget and the supplementary estimate, to ask how a business plans to be able to finance and execute.
I wasn't asking that.
The remainder of the money needed to restore us.
No.
To restore us of the Minister of Finance would not be appropriate at this place and stage.
Madam Chair, you are accusing me of something that I did not do or I did not say. Hold on. My concern is that my government, yes, is lending from taxpayers' money 150 million US to JPS. I need to know, right, if that is a wise financial transaction that my government is undertaking. I have a right to know that. The answer to that question is not just that the people want light. The answer to that question is not just that the people want light. Right? No. If it is that they require 350 and their license only has 2 more years on it, then any prudent individual is going to think twice before they lend them the money because they have no guarantee to continue operating beyond 2 years.
All right, member,
so
hold
on
on a
what
moment.
basis
Member,
did the finance ministry take a decision to lend the 150 million?
member, hold on a minute, please.
So, madam,
So, member, put those questions.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Members, please allow Member Green to speak.
I implore you, member.
Finance Minister, a moment.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, just to say, Chair, this matter was raised in the House and was fully ventilated. Madam Chair, the Minister of Energy gave a comprehensive statement on this matter. The questions were asked. I made this point to make. We are not saying that there can't be further concerns, but we have to remember what we're treating with now. Questions have been asked about the loan and have been answered. The other questions would have to be directed to the Minister of Energy, right? Would have to be. Questions in relation to would have to be directed to the Minister of Energy. And I will repeat, a lot of the information that is now being shared is information that was shared by the Minister of Energy in his statement. And it's information that questions, the same questions were asked. Same questions.
So, members who have your mic on, could you turn it off so I can allow, some deference to the
I thank you
opposition?
very much, Madam Chairman. This matter is a matter for the Ministry of Finance, especially because the Minister had promised further details, because when the presentation was done by the Minister of Energy, we did not have the details. And it is quite rightly put, because it is going to be in this budget a provision for 23 billion Jamaican dollars that the Ministry of Finance is lending to a body corporate on the basis that that would be some part payment for the complete sum that is to come somehow for the restoration. So if the Minister of Finance is going down the road to lend this money, the Ministry of Finance ought to be able to say that they are satisfied that the full money for restoration will come, or else it is just your loan down the wicket. And I think it's an appropriate, right. So unless minister, you are going to resign from the 350, which I don't know how you can credibly do that when we were told that it's 350. So the question to you, Minister, is: are you satisfied that it is only 150 million US that is needed to restore all the electricity, especially from the members' constituency of East, Westerland, and so on? If there is more needed, is the minister satisfied that that more will be coming, and from whom? Because, Minister, the direct question to you is whether or not the government of Jamaica will be footing the entire bill of 350. And that's a question. No, it is a fair question. Huh? What is, yeah. Is it?
Minister of Finance. Members will have to be quiet to allow the Minister of Finance to.
I'm going to.
We will have to be quiet to allow the Minister. We will need. Members, could you allow the Minister of Finance to respond? Well, I know. Members, are you interested in coming back to committee meeting? For those who are outside, are you ready to come back in? Members, remember, the others of us would like to continue our meeting.
Madam Chair.
Members, yes, I think the Minister of Finance was trying.
The Minister of Finance would love to respond.
Madam Chair.
If we would allow the Minister of Finance would like to respond. Members, would you be so kind as to allow her to speak? Member Campbell, Member Vaz, before that, please.
So, Madam Speaker, thank you. There are obviously many questions that the members have, the details of which I am not able to give at this moment. As you said earlier on, JPS is a private entity, and I would implore members to come with their questions, to ask those questions of the Minister of Energy at another parliament when he's able to answer in great detail all of those questions. What I can say is that the request that was made of us at the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service was for a loan of 150 million US dollars. And you would have heard the Minister of Energy say that that is for restoration by the end, restoration minister, by the end of January 2026. %90 by the end of December 2025.
Yes, we do have some additional questions, members. Please just get back to the sitting. Member Hilton, you're first, then Buchanan, you're next.
Minister, considering that the Minister of Industry is not here today, and following on the question I posed earlier, there are two questions I'd want to have answered. On page 53003, page 5300, the MSME support and development, that's what it's titled. Madam Speaker, I see that the additional sum of 60 million is being voted on today. The approved estimate is almost $1 billion. When I read the narrative, it speaks to salaries and allowances of employees. I'm wondering how much of this almost $1 billion is actually for the development, support and development to the MSME, other than the administrative personnel. 5303, the page 3, 5300 page 3. How much of that is for the MSME sector to do the operational aspects of them and provide for the MSME?
A member, I don't have that allocation, that detail right now. I would have to ask the Minister of Industry that question.
And could you, while as you ask, just for clarity, ask whether the $10 billion that the Development Bank announced is a part of the overall package addressing the needs for the MSME sector, and in what sense is that, if that can be detailed in the response. My next question. Okay, my next question is on page 5, 5300 page 5, the Special Economic Zone Administration. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, and to you, Minister, I see nearly $1 billion, well, in excess of $1 billion allocated for the SEZ, the Special Economic Zone. In the breakdown, I'm seeing that 197 million, almost 200 million of that is for fixed asset and capital goods. When was could you explain, Madam Speaker, Madam Minister, the allocation of nearly 300 million, 250, 229 million additional, and what is that additional sum for that was not in the first supplementary or the budget itself, the previous budgetary allocation? What is that amount for?
Member, that's a good question, but my technical persons do not have the details of that. So this is another of those questions that I believe would be appropriately placed to the Minister of Industry.
Oh, boy. All right, I'll catch him down the road. All right. Okay.
Member Buchanan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Minister, I'm just asking for your undivided attention because I know there's a lot of distractions. This question is one where I just need to know if you satisfied yourself in relation to the loan as to whether or not any extension of the license to acquire this said loan of 450 million to JPS was a consideration for you. Did you satisfy yourself before awarding the loan whether or not there was an extension, and as well as that whether that extension allowed JPS to possibly acquire the additional sums?
The minister has gone, so she can't really.
It's not the it's not her. Hey, David.
So, member,
No, I just
what we've concerned ourselves with is the 150 that is needed for restoration. But just to say that the electric, the 150 was not linked to any decision about the license. The 150 was intended to ensure that there's accelerated recovery of electricity across the island.
All right, thank you for that. Minister, I know that you are well aware that this house is a house of record. Now, for clarity, several things were said about what the $150 million would do. Today, I heard that it would restore, the 150 would be, I'm not going to say light after light. I'm not asking that, please. It would certainly restore energy by February, but end of January, in the middle of February, end of January. Let me extend it that far. But however, that does not account for the remaining sums. So you have said that you have granted the loan simply for the restoration, but to what quantity? To what amount?
Well, you heard the Minister of Energy just recently
No, I actually, as I said, Madam Minister, this is a house of record. The minister made no statement on any mic or anything that was recorded.
Okay, so let me repeat what I heard the minister said, and that he said, and he said it several times in Parliament and outside of Parliament, that the 150 million is dedicated towards restoration of electricity across the island by right by January 2026.
All right, but Madam Minister, Madam Minister, the question is about whether you satisfied yourself. So I'm asking because when the minister spoke in this parliament, he indicated that the 150 would have been to restore light in general areas as fast as possible. That was what was said. This is a house of record. And I'm challenging anybody to correct me on that, because those were the statements that was made. And so the question, the simple question is whether or not you satisfied yourself as to what exactly the 150 million is for, because it is your ministry that has distributed that loan. So that is what is of importance, and I'm asking for a response on that.
And so, member, we did satisfy ourselves. We did satisfy ourselves, just to answer your question.
Thank you for that. My final question: your projection of 68.2% of your GDP. Can you say what is the reality of our GDP now? Your assessment for you to make the projection. Yes.
So our projection for GDP growth by the time we end this fiscal year is that we would see a decline of 4.3% by the end of this fiscal year.
Madam Minister, I didn't get the benefit of your answer. Not so. No, I didn't hear. Did she answer? Thank you, Madam.
Are you comfortable?
I didn't get the benefit of the answer because the mic is quite low.
Oh, that's
what my difficulty was.
Member Buchanan is asking you to please repeat, because the mic is not functioning so well. It's very low, and he didn't hear your response.
Thank you, Chairman.
So can I ask the member to repeat the question?
Should I ask you to repeat? Should I ask you to repeat?
No, Madam Minister, I simply asked, what is the reality of our GDP now, post Melissa? Not I know what the projection is, but what it is, what is it now based on your estimate?
Well,
Minister,
the only number that we have for GDP would be as of the end of the third quarter. All right. The fiscal, as of the end of September, which is that's the only number that we have.
Minister, I get Member Buchanan to be asking if our projection is 68%. Our last actual information what is that percentage based on what was actual?
Thank you, Madam
So
Chair.
our last debt to GDP figure would have been the debt to GDP at the end of fiscal year 2024-25, and that was 62%.
Thank you, Minister. Madam Chair, thank you.
No, before page. Okay. We have one more question from Member Dawes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, we are getting about 3.6 billion US dollars, mostly in loans, not grants. We have hospitals, clinics, schools, houses to fix. We have infrastructure such as roads and drains to fix. When the minister gave his presentation about where that $150 billion would be going, and let us put it in perspective, this is $24 billion, sorry, 150 million US, 24 billion Jamaican dollars. He said that the restoration would be done by what, the end of February, January, as opposed to April, May, June. Now, what is the opportunity cost of bringing restoration of electricity await forward by three to 4 months? $24 billion to move restoration forward 3 to 4 months. What is the opportunity cost? What are we sacrificing? What are we sacrificing for $24 billion to be spent so that we don't wait 3 months for restoration? What can that $24 billion do when everything else that we're borrowing, it is going to come at a cost for interest rates? Who made that determination that 3 months of earlier restoration is worth $24 billion at a time like this?
I can tell you.
So member.
Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, once the noise continues, once the noise continues, it doesn't make sense for the minister to even attempt to respond because we can't hear.
The opportunity, member, hello. So member, hello. So member, if our hospitals, member, if our hospitals.
Time is of the essence, and I would like to hear the Minister of Finance response, and this type of behavior is not of any use to any of us or the public. For Minister to be heard, we have to be quiet. Could you all stop?
So, member,
Minister, Please allow the Minister of Finance to respond and for us to close this segment. There is more work to be done today.
I would love you to ask the patient that is waiting for a life-saving operation to ask that patient what is the opportunity cost of $25 billion. Ask that patient.
Members, if there are no other members, please, this is not how we conduct the House. There are no further questions. Minister of Finance, would you be so kind as to wrap up this segment?
Madam Chair, the amendments to the third supplementary estimates 2025-26 are before us. I put the amendments.
Members, in order to chair the committee, it is important that I'm able to hear. I cannot hear the minister if we are speaking at the same time. And for the benefit of the members, I may not have said it before, but here, and even worse at the speaker's chair, we cannot actually hear a lot of what you say in the House.
Madam Chair, the amendments to the third supplementary estimates 2025-2026 are before us. I put the amendments.
Thank you. I put the amendment.
But they ask questions about opium and education.
Members, please, I beg of you, please quiet. Minister of Finance, were you able to answer the questions as it relates to OPM? That's the first question.
We answered the question.
No, I know they're here. However, let's make it clear. For the supplementary estimate, this is unusual. For the estimate, the Minister of Finance is a person who would answer the questions. This is not the regular recurrent budget that we would do annually, which is why I made the point after speaking with Member Hilton that having gone through all the increases, the Financial Secretary and the Finance Minister should have availed themselves of the items that increased. So that's why I'm asking the question. If she's unable, she referred.
No, I answered the questions on the supplementary. I answered the questions that we came, the supplementary estimate.
We would. Finance Minister, I would invite both of the ministers to come in. I don't think it hurts. So Minister of Finance, unless you have an objection, what they could do, we just get some additional chairs and place them with you so that you can move into closing out immediately after the questions are placed to education and OPM that you may not have been able to address in a fulsome way. It shouldn't happen. It shouldn't happen. But the Minister of Finance would need to substantially make available the responses. You would normally put in writing, Member Montague, some questions if you're not able to respond, but substantially the minister would have needed to respond to most of the questions. With some additional chairs, please. All right, members, we are back. We will start with Office of the Prime Minister. Members, any questions? I'm not ready with an order of persons desiring to ask questions. Newell? Member Newell will go first, then Member Campbell. Any other questions for OPM? And Member Crawford. Member Crawford, did you raise your hand? Raise your hand? Oh, sorry. All right, so just two persons have questions for your OPM. Two questions for you. Member Newell will go first, and then Member Campbell will go second. Go ahead, Member Newell.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be quick. PS on, I don't need a lot of time. Chairman, page 15,000-7, 848,400,000 for the additional support for the Constituency Development Fund. I'm seeing now, PS, where on page 4 of the amended document, amended estimates, 747,400 of that amount was transferred from OPM. And I'm seeing on page 5 an amount of 850 million, sorry, for the end of year mitigation program. But of that amount, I'm seeing where 102 million came from the Ministry of Finance and 747 came from OPM. So what I'm trying to find out, PS, that $102 million that would have been left at OPM under the object classification additional requirement for the CDF, I'm trying to get an understanding of what that is. Thank you, PS. No.
Member,
The
he's
PS
allowed
told me
to
at
ask the question
PAAC.
again for standing finance
Sorry,
if he
sorry,
so
for-
chooses.
But just for context,
Member,
Chair.
allow the member to ask his question, please.
For context, Chair, for context, the PS indicated that he didn't have the full information. So I'm seeking clarification now. Thanks.
PS, in the interim, Member Newell, you're finished with your questions?
Yes, but just
all right.
should
So
I keep
while
it on in case
PS
there's a
gets
follow-
the information, in the interest of time, I'm gonna ask Member Campbell to also ask his question, and then the PS will answer. No, the PS will tell us if he can or can't answer. No, if it's supposed he doesn't have the information yet, that's okay. No, it can't happen. Member Campbell, go ahead with your question, Member Campbell. Member Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, in relation to page 19,003, Hurricane Melissa Relief and Recovery, and the procurement of 3,300 containerized folding units for housing affected persons. We had a natural disaster, which is the doing of no one here. And it left thousands of persons homeless. And in terms of what is being done to provide temporary shelter for those persons, the 3,300 units here is a small percentage of the individuals that are affected. So from the allocations, this increased allocation that comes through this supplementary budget, what other measures are in place to provide temporary housing for those persons who are affected?
Yes, please turn the mic back on. Yeah, follow-up question? Turn it on back, turn it on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We're taking a multifaceted approach to the accommodation solution. So when we do the assessment, the impact range from persons just having roof damage to total loss. So we're taking a progressive approach. So as we move from providing just relief packages to focusing on housing and enabling persons with purchasing power, we are looking at the temporary roofing solutions for those who just have roof damage. We're looking at the modular type solutions that we can bring in and assemble quickly for those with total losses. And we have support from other countries. For example, Ghana is coming in to help. So we're putting those together where we have material available from donations and otherwise. The Jamaica Defense Force Engineering Regiment will assist with putting those together. And the government is well advanced in looking at a program, possibly by way of vouchers, to facilitate grants depending on the extent of damage that we have. So it is a multifaceted approach depending on the extent of the impact. The other thing we'll also have to consider, which the long-term restoration will facilitate, is areas that have significant damage and are not conducive to redevelopment in those specific spaces. We have the PIOJ and other elements looking at where best to do redevelopment. So there are going to be other budget space provided in subsequent financial years for the long-term redevelopment of spaces. So what we have here allocated are for immediate needs to get persons who are totally exposed with some shelter. And the development plans will actually span a number of years with proper relocation as a part of the plan in some areas.
I understand the broader vision. I understand the broader vision. I'm trying to narrow it down, though, to the immediate solution. What I'm saying is that we have, in Eastern Westmoreland, we would have more than 3,300 persons. I'm struggling. We have more than 3,300 persons that their homes have been totally destroyed. Then you have Central Westmoreland, right? That would have a next couple thousands that have been totally destroyed. So I'm saying that this amount as an immediate solution is insufficient, and I'm not seeing the allocation to support, say, a voucher system, as you spoke to, because there is need to provide varied solution to other persons. Now, we are roughly 6 weeks post the hurricane, and those persons are still outside. So I hear persons saying things, but imagine that but for the grace of God, it was one of us that was displaced and outside of a home for 6 weeks. I'm just saying there needs to be a greater allocation here. The 3,300 units, that's fine, but the need is way more than that. And I'm not seeing the allocation to provide other mechanisms through which persons can get temporary. Because now when we go into the communities, most of the people say they have enough food. What they want is somewhere to stay. And
Member Campbell, just a moment. The permanent secretary will need to provide his answer to the minister for the minister to respond. In addition, the minister, Minister Morgan, who is within the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, has asked for an intervention to assist with this particular response. Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, member, your mic is on. My apologies.
It's me here.
Go right ahead, Member Warmington.
Madam Chairman, I've been here since 1980, came back 2002. And I'm amazed to see that the permanent secretary is responding to questions in this house. The minister ought to respond to any question asked here, not the permanent secretary. So I'm asking, maybe not asking, may I say, we turn to the protocol in this house, whereby questions are that directed to the permanent secretary, and the permanent secretary does not respond. Technical officers, consultant advisors do not respond in this house. All answers must be.
No, additionally, your mic is on, Member Warmington.
Hold on, then. When I'm speaking, I do not expect anybody to cut off my mic. I came back here.
Warmington.
Let me finish.
Member Warmington, on a point of order.
No.
On
Chairman, you don't come point of order.
From the chair. Member Warmington, you have several mics on, and I don't even need to call on any privilege as chair.
Madam
You
Speaker.
had other persons also making a point of order.
But they can't cut me off in the middle of it.
Have no clue if you're finished, and I didn't know
I
your
was
mic
not
was off.
I did not complete what I'm
So
saying, Madam
kindly
Chairman.
complete your statement.
Madam Chairman, may I say to you, you cannot call point of order as chairman and speaker.
I don't even
Point
want to
of
use
order
privilege.
can come from under the floor, not from you.
You had one. You had one from
No.
the floor.
No. The chairman can't come point of order on me. We can call point of order, not the chair or the speaker. But I'm saying that I've never seen it in my 38 years.
Yes, and you have said that before, and you do not repeat in the house.
Madam,
complete your
Chairman.
Complete your intervention, Member
Madam
Warmington.
Chairman.
Member Warmington.
Madam Chairman.
Complete your intervention without repetition.
I have the greatest respect for you, but do not. I have the largest number of votes in this house, 10,000 plus. So do not do it. And don't cut me off either. Let me speak. I'm saying when a member raises an issue, it's only minister can respond in his house, not permanent secretary, technical officers. I'm trying to the attention of this house. I came in 1980, never before. But I don't finish yet. Can't cut me off. I'm saying only the minister can respond. The permanent secretary, technical officer must advise her what to say. Don't cut off my mic, Don't do it again.
Are you finished, Member Warmington? You're finished? You have a... Okay. Thank you.
Chairman.
Member Morgan, please go ahead.
Madam Chairman, appropriate questions by the member from Eastern Westmoreland, but they are not properly posed to the permanent secretary in the office of the Prime Minister. The procurement of the houses or the temporary housing solutions are through the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. It is a part of a suite of solutions that is...
That's not in opium.
What? If you look at the, hold on. If you look at the assignment of subjects, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation stands alone as its own ministry. The Office of the Prime Minister is separate. The housing portfolio resides in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. The procurement of the container houses, both from the NHT side and from the Ministry of Housing side resides in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation. That is not the only solution that is being engaged. The Office of Disaster Preparedness is also leading an effort to repair roofs. There are various other entities, international and local, who are also contributing to the repairing of roofs and the assistance with housing. And the government continues. It seems the member is no longer interested in the
No,
question.
man, I'm listening.
Right. So it's not just container houses. There are efforts through the JDF, there are efforts through ADPEM. We have international donations that are coming in. And we also, the government is going into the recovery phase. And in the recovery phase, you're going to see an escalation of the interventions as it relates to shelter for persons as well.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, that is the information I'm trying to ascertain here. I am saying that, and I don't want to be parochial, right? So I'm saying in those affected areas, including members from both sides, there are several thousand persons that are currently homeless. And I'm saying I am aware of some of the efforts. So I'm aware that the Guyanese doing 200 roofs in eastern Westmoreland. So I'm saying though that what I'm seeing as the allocation to deal with these issues, that I would essentially be asking the Ministry of Finance for an increased allocation to deal with temporary housing. It could be through that voucher system that you're speaking to, that some of those persons could receive a sum so they could go and purchase some things to put a roof above their heads. But we are now 6 weeks after the hurricane, and persons have gotten to a point now where the misery index is rising as they continue to be outside and exposed to elements.
There is an intervention from Minister Mackenzie.
Chairman, I just on the, not to be contentious, but just on the point made by Member Warmington. Since what is the protocol in regards to the comments made by the permanent secretary? Will that remain on the records of the Avansad, or it's something that should be erased? Should it be removed?
It would be removed. It would be removed. So it is, yes, it may be on YouTube. Yes, it would not be recorded on Hansard. He has raised an objection. Member Warmington raised an objection. We do note the issue. So permanent secretary would be required to speak with the Minister of Finance, in addition to which the permanent secretary would not be able to respond in any way in the House. And the question posed would have been for another ministry, which takes us back to the discussion we had. The Minister of Finance would have to be the one to answer any question in respect of any ministry, whether they are here or not, unless the minister is able to make an intervention, because the minister for that particular portfolio is present and give the Minister of Finance and assist in that regard. So the point is taken. Minister Morgan would like to make another intervention.
Thank you very much. I think that there is a problem, misunderstanding of how the country is approaching the disaster recovery. Minister Williams would assist by outlining that the first phase of the recovery is emergency relief, trying to get people medical attention, trying to get people food. The second phase of the recovery deals with how are you going to give people whether temporary or intermediate shelter. Before you do that, you also have to do surveys of who these people are. So I know that the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Labor and Social Security have mobilized hundreds of people to go into the communities. One of the issues that you have to contend with here at the Ministry of economic growth and infrastructure development is issue of land tenure. Who are you building the houses for? Are you building it for the persons who occupied the land before the hurricane, or are you building it for the landlord? And will these landlords allow the people to remain on the spot after you give them a new house or a new container? So those are some of the issues that require surveys. What I do know is that as part of the recovery, there'll be a significant ramping up of the provision of housing, whether it be through persons who contribute to the National Housing Trust. The Prime Minister has announced significant benefits for persons who contribute to the National Housing Trust, who can get grants and loans to repair their houses. Some people can get container houses temporary through the National Housing Trust, whether it be through charity, whether it be through donations, whether it be through additional interventions from the Ministry of Finance and Public Service. This supplementary estimate is basically a reflection primarily of the relief effort. It is not a reflection of the full recovery that needs to take place over the medium term to long term in the areas of disaster.
No, Madam Chair, I was never suggesting that. I am actually suggesting that I need to see a greater allocation for the immediate relief. There is no member in here whose constituency was affected who doesn't appreciate and support that point. I am saying if you're going to do voucher, I would like to see that $1 billion has been allocated for a voucher system so that you can get that into the the persons who are affected.
But remember, Prime Minister would have responded to that in his presentation prior in Parliament to say that we are only able to execute to a particular extent, and those budget numbers would be based on what we can get done in the immediate time. So Minister of Finance could elaborate, but that was the last explanation we got, that it doesn't make sense to budget what we can't spend in the time. Minister of Finance, could you assist Member Campbell with that question?
Right. So, Madam Chair, as you heard Minister Morgan say, that there are many different methods of getting assistance to persons in terms of their shelter, whether it be the containerized units or an allocation, a grant allocation, depending on the severity of damage of your house, and that significant effort is on the way to do the assessment to make sure of what the damage is, and to then determine how much of a grant those persons should get. Remember that we barely have 3 months left to the end of this fiscal year. So the allocations that you see in the supplementary budgets are allocations that we believe that can be spent between now and then in order to begin the restoration of homes.
If I may. Colleagues, I must say that we appreciate the concern of Member Campbell, because indeed quite a number of Jamaicans were displaced as a result of the Melissa's impact, especially on the 6 parishes on the western end of the island. I think Member Campbell, to kind of address everything in context, is to first appreciate that quite a number of Jamaicans were displaced, first and foremost. And there are a number of different efforts, ongoing efforts, to find assist those persons in terms of helping them with regaining some form of shelter, whether it's a roof or a complete house or material to assist with the rebuilding process. So it is an ongoing process. There are a number of entities, like, for example, NHT, coming in with assisting with the purchase of the containerized modular units to assist. That's a first phase approach. We have a number of international partners coming in to assist with the repair of roofs and all of that stuff. And also, bearing in mind that it is an ongoing process, I would say even the voucher to assist with whether building material or food supply. It is something that we constantly evaluate and we try to find additional funding. So the funding is not sufficient to satisfy 100%, but is a process that is ongoing. And I would want colleagues to bear in mind that we are very much cognizant of every day I go down in Western Jamaica, I see the impact. And it is a real situation. So I think the minister and the government on a whole, we are trying, again, to use funds available to us. Persons have been talking about $6.7 billion. That is not money that has been released to us as yet. We are using monies from our own source. And of course, in the effort to rebuild the lives of these persons, we cannot bankrupt the country. Otherwise, we'll not be able to get additional funding to continue the process of assisting rebuilding. So it's a very valid question. And it is a process that is ongoing and constantly being reevaluated on a weekly basis.
Thank you, Minister. That's my issue, Madam Chair. I am actually suggesting that maybe we should consider, if possible, an allocation to deal with another mechanism to get some help to these persons. So I'm not unmindful of the fact that several persons were affected. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty much saying that. And I understand the logistics with getting the containers here for the containerized homes. I understand all of that, and I'm not criticizing that. I'm simply saying, though, that when these things happen, some persons may deploy tents. Maybe you're not a fan of tents, right? But there has to be some mechanism that is deployed to provide temporary housing for these persons. If you drive to the constituency and move around, you will see persons under tarpaulin, under a few sheets of zinc. It is heart-wrenching living in cars, right? 6 people living in one room and those other things. And as you move around in these remote areas, right? Up in Amity, up in Darliston, in Cottage, or in the hills, in Beeston Spring, or Left Hall, wherever it is. I'm just asking. I'm not seeing it here. So I understand the points being made. I'm asking for the allocation that will provide the relief, the temporary shelter. That's what I'm asking about.
Thanks,
Okay,
member.
just
your point taken. Do you have any follow-up questions, Member Campbell, or you're finished?
It's not around housing, but I do have a next question.
All right.
Just to
turning
follow up.
off. Member Bartlett,
Madam Chair.
Minister Willis.
Madam Chair, I was just trying to make the point that we do understand the call that the member from Westmoreland Eastern is making with regards to an increase in the allocation. And it's a legitimate call. I think that what has to be borne in mind is the simple fact that this is a supplementary estimate which is allowing for expenditure up to the 31st of March. The amount that is there will be utilized, and indeed, more will be required. And then in the new budget year, the other amounts will be. But the point is made, and I think all of us are seized with that, especially, yes, those of us in the 16, absolutely.
Minister of Finance.
Okay. All right, just to add, Madam Chair, in response to that question, I'm advised by the PS that there is $780 million in the Support Jamaica fund, and that will be used towards providing housing grants for persons.
Member Campbell?
Yes, thanks for that, Minister. And as soon as we can execute that, that would be appreciated. The next question, Madam Chair. Is it also possible for us to use some of the resources to mobilize a mobile unit to some of these areas to deal with getting back some persons, some of the documentation that they would have lost.
That's being done.
Where?
That's already underway, member.
Roll out where? Well, maybe I need to ask for it in Eastern Westmoreland then, because we don't know nothing about it.
Well, NERA for birth registration.
I don't know.
NERA for birth
It's on
registration.
its way. It's in transit.
Member. NERA for
Any more
birth
questions for
registration
Minister?
and TAJ for TRNs. And so that has been rolled out and will continue.
Yes, because as you know, Minister, when we're trying to assist some of these persons, we want to put an accountable system in place that we can identify the beneficiaries.
All right.
Yes.
There being no further questions, we'll move to Minister of Education. Thank you very much, OPM. Minister of Education, you will speak through the Minister of Finance. There are two questions for you, one from your number 3. So you have 3 questions. First question is from Member Russell, second set of questions from Member Crawford, and the third set of questions come to you from Member Campbell, and last but not least is Member Malahoo Fort. I do believe I have it covered, after which you will take your leave and then the minister will wrap up. Let's go. Member Russell, could you turn off all the mics, please? Member Russell, you may go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the first question for the Ministry of Education relates to, and noting the increased allocation, these questions relate to that and whether and how we will ensure that we're able to get children back to the learning levels that are desired. So the first question, if you will, is to speak to us about the number of schools that were affected significantly and to the point of closure, and where are we now with the resumption and return of these children to school?
Do you have any more questions, Member Russell?
Yes, I'm awaiting a response.
No, Member Russell, any other question?
I do, yes.
Go ahead, Member Russell.
The second question is as it regards to the steps to get children back to school. So those who are not able to attend institutions, what support is being provided to them to get them back to school? And the third one, I've seen reports and I've heard certainly from my constituency of schools affected by various diseases, including rodent infestation, if not leptospirosis. So can you speak to any outbreaks of leptospirosis in schools and any other disease outbreaks in schools, and how the ministry is addressing it? The next question has to do with the
I know the issue is going to be raised.
The
I
next
know you're
question
raising the
relates
issue.
to
Member,
the next
Dr.
question
Russell,
relates
Dr.
to
Russell, Dr. Russell, Member Russell, please let us not have the chair being further attacked. So, Member
no,
Russell, Member Russell,
Madam Chair, my question
the
is
questions
grounded.
have to be phrased in respect of the increased budget allocation. Member Russell, the increased budget allocation.
So
Member
so that
Russell,
yes, Madam Chair.
the
Noted.
increased budget allocation by line
So
item
yes,
from the
so the
Ministry of
allocation.
Education.
Yes. So these questions are relevant in the context of the increased allocation, as I said, at activity Melissa recovery, which is 12841 on page 13. And so the question then is, given all I've asked about the steps that you're taking, the sufficiency of the resources that have been allocated and the extent to which these resources have been made available to schools thus far.
Good question. Good question.
I leave me alone.
Member Russell, remember your mic is on. Minister will answer those, and then Member Crawford, you would be next, and you'll do the same. No, it doesn't matter if you have multiple questions. What it does, instead of us having to break for the minister to consult, one member from the team can jot the questions down, and they can continue the discourse to put the notations together that may be required by the minister, so that when she's responding, she's able to flow from one question to the next.
Okay, member. I know the member asked several questions, and let me give you a perspective, member. So the number of schools that were damaged was 721 out of 1,010. To date, 850 schools are open. The schools would have received the grants, the cleanup grants. They would have all received that cleanup grants, and the total for that was $616 million that was provided for. In this supplementary is is 1.7 billion. Right. That does not include the 616 for cleanup. The 1.7 is to begin the efforts at repairing the schools, TENS, ITC repair, and so on. We know that it is going to cost way more than 1.7 billion, but that's a beginning allocation for the 3 months remaining in the financial year. I can tell you that the minister, based on the assessment of schools, the bill is about $15 billion. So as you can imagine, that will be allocated over, multiple fiscal years.
Do you have any follow-up question, Member Russell, before we move? Members, please.
Chair. The question regarding the management of rodent infestation and related issues in schools. May I get a response to that? And then the time frame, assuming this increase is granted, time frame for schools to access resources for repairs.
So, Member Russell, do you see any line item that has a budgeted amount for treatment of infestation of rodents in the Education Ministry budget? Or would it be health?
No, the question is because I know that's the experience of schools at the moment, and it would affect. Yes. So
So member, once the schools indicate, the cleanup budget will be used for that. To date, only 2 schools reported closure because of rodents, and that was in the nearby gully.
Member
In the
Crawford.
nearby ravine.
Members, please allow the members who have questions to ask to do so.
Mr. Can I ask for your protection, Chairman? Chairman, I ask for
Member
your protection.
Crawford, please go ahead.
Yes. Chairman, I've just gotten some information that I'm trying to rectify. How many schools exist and how many are damaged? Because I've heard 851 and 721.
Remember, there are 1,010 public schools that will be primary and infant, primary, and secondary schools. 721 of those suffered damage.
721.
Yes.
All right. So that's a correction to the 616. So the 616 schools that are currently under.
The 616 is dollars, millions of dollars.
Actually, no.
cleanup.
If you look to the next slide, additional requirement to support
Preliminary
the initial restoration and cleanup of 616 schools assessed to have sustained infrastructure damage during the passage of Hurricane Melissa. So
At the time, that was the data, Minister. At the
page
ti-
41,
member, at the time, that was the data.
1003.
From the preliminary, Member Crawford.
At the time, member, at the time of assessment, those were the numbers, the preliminary numbers at the time of assessment.
Right. So the current number is 721.
Current
So
number is 721.
is it reasonable, therefore, to say 160 schools approximately are still closed?
Well, the number that I just get, yes, 850 are open to date.
Yes.
Right. So if you do the subtraction, then you would get to, yeah.
I didn't get a response. Are we saying 160 schools are still closed?
Approximately.
Can you indicate what is the expected time of reopening for these schools?
I'm reliably told January 6, 2026 for all schools.
Wait no man. January 6, 2026 for all schools? Yes, what makes you answer?
That's the plan right now.
So the plan, is there a basis, is there a reason for the closure of the school? Is it damage from the hurricane, or is it that they're being served as shelter? What's the reason for the closure of these schools?
59 of our schools are serving as shelters. And
59 of them are currently.
As you know, as the government finds new spaces for those persons, then those schools will cease to exist as shelters.
So approximately 100 schools are closed because of damage through the hurricane. No, she said 50 minutes.
160. Yeah. Yes.
Chairman, I'm not getting answers. I'm getting answers from everybody.
I
other than
am
the
not hearing you. 1, 2. Member Crawford, you were asked to put all your questions.
Chairman, that can't work because I don't know the facts to ask of the real question. For example, I didn't know how much schools are still closed. So how am I going to ask that question if that wasn't
No, man.
provided?
So let me tell you why I didn't allow anybody else to turn on the mic in the interim. So ask your questions. That way she can get the information together that you will need. And when she answers the first question, if you have follow-up, you do it then. When she's doing the next one, if you have follow-up, you do it then. Because what is going to happen, because she's not the Minister of Education, she's still needing to consult.
There's the junior minister there, there's the senior
Right,
PS.
so I'm saying that it allows her the time.
There's the former minister.
Member Crawford, it allows her the time to just consult.
Oh, Lord. All right. So we had 100 schools closed because of damage. This 721, question one, is that 721 schools, public schools only, primary and secondary? All right, so that is
Yes, public schools.
that is a yes. Compared to Hurricane Beryl, what is the level of damage under Hurricane Melissa to schools?
Yeah, it's more extensive.
It's more
way
extensive. Okay, so the fact that we expect
Minister, Minister,
So we had about 300.
Member Crawford is able to do what he's doing because you're entertaining.
and we are hurrying up, Chairman. Chairman is going smooth, you know.
All right.
It's
going
you what
smooth.
disrupt the thing, you know, Chairman.
All right. So, Member Crawford,
I'm
hurry
very
up.
much inside right now.
Remember that based on the time, we have to go back to the House to be able
All right.
to extend the proceedings.
Okay. Well, with the budget of 2.3 billion, how is it that we expect that our schools will be reopened in January, which is within this budget cycle? Yes, and so allow her to answer for me, please, Chair. We getting the answer? No.
So, member, recall that the assessment would tell the Ministry of Education which schools are severely damaged and needed to be repaired before children go back, which schools have damage but children could go back while the damage is being fixed, and which schools, what are the other schools. So they prioritize the schools, priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. And there'll be a number of different modalities happening at the school. So whether it be rotation, blended, remote, they will deploy all those different modalities based on, right, they'll be using tents in cases that would require that. So it depends on the context.
Yes.
Working with the regional director, working with the principals, parents, community. I must say the education ministry last year during Beryl, did a very good job of ensuring that learning continued even in a disaster. And here we are again in 2025, almost a replay of last year, but on a larger scale. They already have a policy in place for how you operate in disaster, and they have rolled that out and are doing everything they can to ensure that schools are repaired as quickly as possible, that our students come back into the learning environment as quickly as possible, and they're utilizing every methodology, every mode of learning at their disposal.
Thank you, Minister. That's a wonderful and long answer. However, what is the reason that the allocation for Melissa, which is more extensive than Beryl, was less than the initial allocation for Beryl, which was 2.5 billion, and the initial allocation for Melissa is 2.3 billion after the initial of 600 million?
So, member, this is for the remaining time for the fiscal year, which is 3 months. Come back to us again when we lay out the budget for the next fiscal year.
Well, I will remind you that you intend to open in January, which is within this fiscal year. But let's go. What about the impact of the trauma on the children and the importance of psychosocial intervention? Has that been considered?
So
You have an intervention.
We have, I think, as a committee, allowed, for the most part, people to ask wide-ranging questions that don't relate directly to budgetary items. I think the member just asked a direct budget question, especially where we are in the day. I would ask the members to stick to matters of budget. I know there are other issues that we want to ventilate. I'm saying that this is not the space for that
And
ventilation.
we also have another challenge, all members,
Chairman,
that we would have to suspend the Standing Finance Committee, go back to the House, because the standing orders require that in order to extend time to complete the matters for today's sitting, we would have to go to the House to seek an extension of time.
Yes.
So if we continue, we will have to break and come back.
Well,
So I'm asking members to just look back at their questions and work with the budget questions for now.
Chairman, I'm working directly with the budget question. Page
You're going
40. Well, let's go. Page 41,004 has a line item 12836 called Guidance and Counseling Services. I asked for the importance of psychosocial interventions based on the trauma to children in schools. I think that is a reasonable question based on the budget. The answer was that it was very important. It led me, therefore, to ask, why is it that there was no increase in that line item? Isn't that a reasonable and within the lines of the budget? Why is there no increase in the guidance and counseling services?
If you remember, Member Crawford, at the beginning, for the supplementary estimate, I read from the standing orders, and there is no increase, which means that there should have been no question. However, so you are really to speak to the increases. No, I'm telling you, you are really to speak to the increases.
All right.
So I am giving you the latitude, Member Crawford. Giving you the latitude. Yes, it's important, but to the point, you're really asking about the increase figures. But
how much?
Let's
members, just please don't be loud. Minister of Health is going to assist with the response in that regard.
The Ministry of Health.
Yes.
Madam Chair, just to support and respond that health is involved in a significant way in terms of collaboration with the Ministry of Education. We have a mental health cluster. We brought in experts from abroad, and we will be in the communities affected, providing psychosocial support, not just for children, but for adults. So the budget would not solely be reflected in the education budget. Thank you, Madam.
I thank the Minister
Additionally, member, just to say that in the education system, there are 1,084 guidance counselors, 150 deans of discipline, 200 HFLE, health and family life educators, 170 nurses. We have access to private clinicians. There's the guidance team at the central ministry. You just heard the Minister of Health and Wellness talk about what can be provided by the Ministry of Health. At the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, there's help. There's Ministry of National Security and Peace. There's additional help in terms of social workers. We have a cadre of volunteers. We have donors from UNICEF and other entities to help us, the IDPs that would help us.
All right. Before we move on, Chairman, may I remind the Minister that we have 440,000 children, and also one would assume that what existed prior to now was being fully utilized, and by extension, there should be a need for increase. I would ask the Minister of Health too, when he's at the chair, to indicate where's the budget for that intervention for psychosocial. Okay, as it relates to basic schools, with the vast majority of basic schools being private, what's the allocation for restructuring and improvements of basic schools that were affected?
I understand.
Madam Chair, might I offer
intervention from
might I offer a little guidance?
Member
Because
Bartlett?
supplementary estimates indicate additional funding for specific items. And what it presupposes is that there is already a budgetary allocation for these areas. And therefore, the questions should indeed, Madam Chair, be related to whatever additional amounts are being asked for approval, not to ask for substantial budgetary allocations where that would have been made already in the budget that was presented earlier this year. Well, so it's just to enable members to ask appropriate questions so that the minister can utilize her time more efficiently in giving responses.
Madam Chairperson, there is
Go ahead,
indeed
member.
a line item sub-function O2 called pre-primary education. In that line item, I see no intervention for Hurricane Melissa in the same way that I see intervention in the primary and other items. So therefore, I am asking that the $134 million that has been indicated as a supplementary estimate increase, is that supposed to be used for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the basic schools? And if not, why is that not there?
So, member, the 134 million was provided to replace damaged furniture to these schools. And I want you to recall, member, that basic schools are private institutions that the government does help to support, and that the subsidy from government to those schools will continue.
So, Madam Chairman, Minister, am I to accept therefore that there is no allocation for the reconstruction of basic schools impacted in the major damaged parishes? That's incorrect. You're not right about that. No, it's not. No, it's not. No.
So,
I thought you were saying so.
Many of the basic schools would have sought support from the Chase Fund and from our IDPs, our international development partners. For example, UNICEF is doing significant work with our basic schools.
All right. Minister, we see an extreme increase in information and communication technologies. That was originally 100 million. It was increased by 1.76 billion. What's the reason for that increase?
Member, it's because that entity moved back into the Ministry of Education. Yes, it's because it moved back into the Ministry of Education. It was taken out, and now it's back. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, as it relates to PATH beneficiaries, we're seeing where there is a reduction in PATH. What is the reason for a reduction in PATH at this particular point in time of $370 million? You want light, but then I want a food. They're going back to school. They need breakfast. Okay.
Member, I understand that it was a temporary transfer to deal with exam relief and books for PATH students.
Minister,
subsidies.
I don't understand the answer, because this budget is supposed to carry us up until April of next year. So I'm asking, how can it be a temporary transfer? Are we going to have another supplementary to transfer this back into the PATH program?
The ministry will do reallocation.
They will do what? So, all right. So
The ministry will do a reallocation back to PATH.
Madam Chairman, is that an acceptable answer in real life?
It is a very good answer.
Okay. All right. All right. Finally, Minister, the Ministry of Education has proven itself incapable to do a lot of the implementation of capital projects. For example, we see here where there's savings identified as revised requirement due to slower than programmed execution for 1, 2, 3, 4 different projects, up to $1.7 billion. what will be the methodology used to ensure the spending of the $2.4 billion allocated up to March of next year for capital?
Okay, so the Ministry of Education has indicated that they are only using contractors who performed well based on their assessment from Beryl last year, and that you should see a ramping up of the performance over the remaining months of this fiscal year.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member Crawford. Next is Member Campbell. Member Campbell, you no longer have any questions?
A quick question, Madam Chair. In relation to the allocation to reopen the schools, quite a few of the principals are calling the members of parliament to assist them to get the schools back up and running. So I'm asking if there can't be a facilitation of the principals, the Ministry of Education, the Member of Parliament, the education officer, so that we can look at some of the items. Some need black tanks, some need just clearing, some need tents, some need food for the children, different items in order to restart the schools. And when they ask the questions of the MPs, without that collaborative effort, we're not able to assist in a meaningful way.
So, member, when principals ask MPs for assistance of the kind that you mentioned, it would be good for the MPs to be in touch with the regional, the regional head or the minister, because the central ministry would know exactly what is being provided and in what time frame. So you don't want to replicate the efforts.
And I mean, as member of parliament, you can still give out things. I give out things.
Last but not least, Member Malahoo Ford, please allow the member to ask her questions and be heard.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Minister, all of the Government of Jamaica institutions in my St. James West Central constituency were damaged to greater or lesser extent as a result of the passage of Hurricane Melissa. These include the Montego Bay Community College, Sam Sharp Teachers College, Robert Morrison Technical High School, Ranville Primary School, Howard Cook Primary School located in Catherine Hall, the community that has been most severely impacted by the passage. Catherine Hall Primary in West Green, the next community, the top two communities most severely impacted, Bogue Hill Primary, Tower Hill Primary. Just want to know whether the additional sums being appropriated for repairs were informed by assessment of the damage done and what is required to restore the plants.
Yes, member. I know that the Ministry of Education would have done a thorough assessment of all schools to understand what the magnitude of the damage is, and they have prioritized those schools based on the extent of the damage. Priority one, they know they need to fix those schools. 298 of them, they must be fixed before students go back. Priority two are schools that have been damaged but can operate while work is being done. And then priority three, minor damage, school will continue to operate and those fixes will happen. So they do have a method that they are rolling out. They've begun to roll out to ensure that the schools are fixed. And as we said earlier on, the estimate that the ministry has is about $15 billion to help to restore those schools, and of that, 5.6 billion would be earmarked for schools in St. James, Westmoreland, and Hanover.
Members, as it relates to any questions specifically about individual constituencies and individual institutions, I would ask that we place those questions down for the research to be done and the information provided. and stick to the budget so that we do not have individuals within the committee quarreling that I can't get to ask my constituency question, but someone else is able to.
Madam Clerk, just a follow-up is that may I just suggest that since an administrative period will lapse after the completion of the supplementary budget process, that the respective institutions be advised of a timeline when the funds will be made available, because members of parliament are coming under pressure and it appears as if, I'm sorry? No, the
which
sums
funds,
that
Member
have
Madam
been,
Wu?
the additional sums that have been appropriated for repairs, properly informed by assessment done by the ministry. I'm merely suggesting that communication be made with the respective institutions, Madam Speaker, just to remind them that there will be a lapse in time between the completion of this process and the availability of the funds to take the pressure off the members of parliament.
Member.
You know, that's why that one, because
I am aware that the central ministry and the regions have update meetings with the principals across the schools, and more such consultations will be done to keep all of them up to date on what is planned, what is happening, when contractors will be deployed, and so on. That is definitely going to happen, Minister. Member.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, would you be so kind, just circulate it to us where replacement sheets for page 6 and page 12 of the amendments. They are very slight corrections. I'm not sure if you'd like to read them out. Members, these would replace those 2 sheets in the document of amendments. Yes, page 6, just a very slight. I'm wondering if they give it to her.
All right, ladies.
Minister, I'm not sure if they shared it with you. The correction at the bottom of page 12 is 372,751, which is, it's on the decrease side, and the number was just left out as a subtotal at the bottom. It has now been put in the revised document, and it has adjusted the revised provision by the same amount to 22,801,800. So this seems to be a calculation update as a result of a line item that wasn't added in the subtotal. That's page 12. And on page 6, Minister, the amount was slightly adjusted from 288,600 for contingencies to 288,292, and the attendant corrections made as a result also. So 2 slight changes. So those would be the 2 amendments, and I suspect no member has any questions in that regard. And so, Minister, you could proceed to closing and putting the amendment to the 3rd supplementary estimate for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the amendments to the 3rd supplementary estimates 2025-2026 are before us. I put the amendments.
Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I put the 3rd supplementary estimate 2025-2026 as amended. the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ended March 2026 and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-2026 interim report. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the third supplementary estimates 2025-2026 as amended, the Jamaica Public Body second supplementary estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ended March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-2026 interim report is before me. Is it the wish of the committee that I sign it? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Let me see. The committee now stands adjourned. We return to the House members. The House, members, we do have a long agenda. And when the House is noisy, we are having to pause and spend unnecessary time waiting for quiet. This honorable House now resumes its sitting. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the recommittal of the items, announcements, reports from committees, and notice of motions given orally.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Report announcements. Clerk.
Also laid on the table of the House are the reports of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House on the third supplementary estimates for the financial year 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditures for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-2026 interim report, and finally, the Auditor General's Department special audit report on the Houses of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Reports from committees. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House on the third supplementary estimates 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-26 interim report.
Public business? No, this is a motion given orally, sorry.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the third supplementary estimates 2025-2026, the Jamaica Public Body's second supplementary estimates of revenues and expenditure for the year ending March 2026, and the fiscal policy paper for the financial year 2025-26 interim report, which was laid on the table of the House on the 9th day of December 2025, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business, Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Question is that the standing orders be suspended so that the minister may take the motion notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
The question is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members of the House. I know we have gone through a marathon session to have our third supplemental pass, but they're now been passed, and I commend the Minister of Finance for marshalling the process. We will now go to the Minister of Justice to close his debate on the We will now go to the Minister of Justice to close the debate on the Expungement Act.
Members, if you don't mind, in 13 minutes, we would have to break to, so you will end before? Okay. Go ahead, Minister Chuck.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I expect to finish before 7:20. May I just say, Madam Speaker, this bill was first laid on the 10th of October this year, and I'd expected that we would have closed by the end of October, but Melissa intervened, and I want to close tonight so that the beneficiaries of this bill can get the benefit of it starting in 2026. Madam Speaker, I could have closed in 5 minutes, but I have to give respect to the members of the House who participated, and at least I will deal with some of the points that they raised. But Madam Speaker, this has been before me in consideration for the past 8 years and more. I saw the need to relax some of the provisions so that more persons can get second chance having been convicted for an offense. But it has gone back and forth between departments, between various persons, and we had extremities, Madam Speaker. There are persons who believe that once you have been convicted, you should carry that taint for the rest of your life. And Madam Speaker, I speak to the country to say that many persons commit crimes not because they planned it, but sometimes just an awful moment of madness, a bad discretion, a poor judgment, and they engage in some form of criminality. But the truth of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that the vast majority, perhaps more than 90% of persons who have been convicted for crime, it is the one and the only offense. And therefore, it is really important that those persons who feel that no one should get a second chance, that they should reconsider their position. At the other extremes, Madam Speaker, are those persons who believe that regardless of the crime, once you have been sentenced and you have served your time and paid your debt to society, then after a period of rehabilitation, then you should be allowed expungement. So you have these two extremes, Madam Speaker, that I've had to contend with over the past 8 years. Where do we draw the line to get an appropriate balance that I can bring to the House? And I feel, Madam Speaker, even though this bill has many and raises this question whether we have gone far enough, I beg of this House, it is the first step. And many of the points which I will deal with shortly, raised by the opposition, are points which will be considered further as we look at further amendments. And as the leader of the opposition pointed out, it is within my authority and jurisdiction to come back to the House and make the changes. But I don't want to do this unless we buy into all the changes. So to begin with, I'm asking members of the House to buy into this bill, which has major changes and will open up the door to hundreds of thousands of persons to get their conviction expunged. And I am aware that there are many others who will be denied even after this bill is passed. But we need to send a signal that it is the first step. And in a situation in Jamaica where you have serious crimes, if we start to expunge the records of persons who have committed serious offenses, we could send the wrong signal. So that the message that should go not only to those who will benefit from this expungement, but those who want other offenses to be expunged. We need to bring the crime rate down. We need to make Jamaica a peaceful society. We need to get murders down so that when we come with the next set of amendments, we don't have people quarrel and saying, look what the House is doing, giving criminals another leeway. And what people should recognize is that expungement is for persons who have shown that they have put crimes behind them. In other words, we have a period of rehabilitation, whether it is 3 years, 8 years, or 15 years. The point is that the expungement committee is unlikely to expunge a crime unless they are convinced that the person has put crime behind them. And to the best of my knowledge, I have known of no case, it may happen, but I have known of no case where a person has committed a crime having been given a second chance. So this opportunity, Madam Speaker, is to give more persons a second chance. And if we can just get the signal to the rest of the society, we need to keep and get crime under control. And once it is continues to reduce, then we can give more convicted persons a second chance. Having said so, Madam Speaker, I would like to close the debate, but before doing so, I would like to respond to a number of points made by the persons who participated. And I want to thank my colleague from West Central St. James, with whom I work with over the last few years, and have provided a bill which we think has major changes. Not necessarily everything that we want, but I ask that let this be the first set of amendments, and I hope others will come, hopefully in the next year. Huh? It can be reviewed by the minister at any time. So once we can see murders going down, crime under control, and a number of matters raised by the opposition which will be considered, we can start to look at further amendment. And I promise you, if we can get crime under control, murders going down, we will look at it again sometime in 2026. Okay? Which is next year. But we have to make sure that the society will not feel that we are responding to serious crimes and sending the wrong signal that we are giving persons who should not be forgiven, put it that way, especially those who have committed serious crimes. First, Madam Speaker, Opposition Spokesperson Justice Zuleika Jess raised few points which I will now respond. In response to the proposed automatic expungement of non-custodial offenses completed prior to January the 1st, 2005, Member Jess has challenged the Ministry to take a further step to allow for the automatic expungement of offenses that carry a sentence of less than 5 years, relying on the Cayman Islands, for example. However, Madam Speaker, such action is not appropriate at this time. It is important to note that a feature of the expungement board's process in determining the deservedness of an individual is conducting a social inquiry report so as to determine whether that person is truly rehabilitated and not likely to reoffend. The proposal to automatically expunge those custodial offenses is not supported, as it would allow persons who may not be truly rehabilitated to slip through the cracks, which would not be the case in the circumstances where they are required to apply to the board for expungement. The board, in its consideration of all the surrounding circumstances, will be in the best position to determine whether the applicant who has served a custodial sentence less than 5 years should receive an expungement of his or her record. Further, Member Jess also proposed that the bill provide for remote hearings and online meetings for the board. We wish to note that Section 10.6 of the second schedule allows the board to regulate its own proceedings, and there are no preclusions in the Act to concluding remote online meetings. As such, the proposal would not require any legislative changes. Save and except, I would say, Member Jess, it is something, a good proposal. I don't think it can be done right away, but it is something we will work it into. Okay? We know, though, that the implementing remote or online meetings require additional administrative and technical support to be appropriately implemented. Lastly, Madam Speaker, Member Jess expressed her discomfort surrounding the proposed amendment in Clause 3 of the bill. Member Jess states that this clause will allow persons convicted of offenses in other jurisdictions to have their records expunged, but individuals convicted in Jamaica of the very same offenses cannot have their records expunged. Pursuant to Section 4 of the Principal Act, the criminal record of a Jamaican national that is in a foreign jurisdiction may be forwarded to Jamaica and is recorded in the Criminal Records Office. This offense committed in another jurisdiction, once recorded in Jamaica, remains on the criminal record of the person, even after it is expunged from the criminal record in the jurisdiction where the offense was committed. Also, Madam Speaker, Section 4 states that where the conviction is for an offense listed in the third schedule of the Act, the discretion of the board is restricted as it cannot consider an application for expungement, notwithstanding that the law of the foreign jurisdiction permits the expungement of that offense. This restriction presents undue hardship for many returning Jamaicans from jurisdictions that cannot necessarily speak to their criminal justice system. We cannot speak to their criminal justice system and the integrity of the convictions. Additionally, it is noted that the considerations of the board in determining if an expungement should be granted, such as the nature and gravity of the offense, ensures that the appropriate weight is given to the seriousness of the offense.
House Leader.
Yes, we had Madam Speaker, with Madam Speaker, with the time being 7:20, I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day.
The question is that the time being 7:20, I put that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The business of the House continues. Turn your mic on, Minister Chuck.
Madam Speaker, the last sitting of the House on Tuesday last week, December the 2nd, 2025, member of the opposition, Isaac Buchanan, member from Eastern Portland, called into question the proposed rehabilitation of 15 years, which is applicable to sentences that exceed 5 years but do not exceed 10 years. He regarded this rehabilitation period as excessive and mentioned the UK, where the rehabilitation period of 7 years is applied to sentences of 4 years or more than the 2022 amendment to the UK Rehabilitation of Offenders Act. However, Madam Speaker, it is important to point out the differences between the expungement regime in Jamaica and that which it obtains in the UK. Pursuant to the Jamaican Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act, there's a two-stage process in treating with the criminal record of a rehabilitated person. Firstly, convictions for which the prescribed rehabilitation period has passed are automatically treated as spent, and the offender is treated as a rehabilitated person. The rehabilitated person is provided the benefit of not disclosing his or her spent conviction, despite it remaining on the criminal record. However, Madam Speaker, the second stage subsequently permits the rehabilitated person to apply to the Criminal Records Rehabilitation Offenders Board to have his or her spent convictions expunged from the criminal record. Madam Speaker, this regime is significantly different from the UK. In the UK, a conviction actually remains on a person's criminal record. The opportunity to apply for the expungement of one's criminal record is not afforded despite completing the requisite rehabilitation period. The benefit afforded to the person with a spent conviction is that they need to disclose his or her spent conviction and will be treated as if they had never committed the offense. Madam Speaker, in the light of this key difference, it is our considered view that the higher threshold is necessary under the Jamaican regime, as there is more benefit one may obtain than what is afforded under the regime in the UK. In other words, the rehabilitation period ought not to be the same in both jurisdictions as in Jamaica. The implications that follow an expungement of a criminal record is greater and therefore should attract more safeguards. Madam Speaker, member from Eastern Portland also raised a question as to what informed the decision to increase the maximum term of imprisonment from 5 years to only 10 years. However, it is important to point out the comments made by the leader of the opposition, Mark Golding, which we believe are relevant in addressing this concern. Member Golding rightfully pointed out that previously the maximum term of imprisonment was moved from 3 years to 5 years, and a further liberal approach is being taken in the expansion of the maximum term of imprisonment from 5 to 10 years. And we may increase it at another time. That is a sentence of 10 years. Maybe at another time we look at it. With this liberal approach taken by the government, there still remains the need for balance. Although we aim to provide persons with a second chance, this has to be weighed against the fact of high criminality that exists in our country. And we have to ensure that we are not fostering a system that allows it to go unchecked or without appropriate consequence. I hasten to note, Madam Speaker, that with the exception of Bahamas, with these amendments, Jamaica will have one of the most liberal expungement regime in the region. As a government, we are committed to keeping this regime under constant review. And if necessary, some of the recommendations put forward by you, Member Buchanan, you, Member Jess, the leader of the opposition, can be considered in the next round of amendments that may come soon. Let us see how this round operates, how the criminal justice system, the CRO, what burden they come on, how many applications they get, how they remove some of these convictions from and put them in the archives, of the case may be. And maybe after 6 months, I will ask for data, ask for information as we look at how more cases could be put or removed from the third schedule, and how we can be more liberal in giving people a second chance. Okay? Madam Speaker, this is the extent of my response. As we bring this debate to a close, I wish to thank all members who have contributed their perspectives on this critically important bill. The recommendations received will in fact be considered. But for now, it is believed that this bill is a meaningful and necessary step towards restoring dignity, expanding opportunity, and giving Jamaicans who have paid their debt to society a genuine second chance where appropriate. Madam Speaker, this bill is not about excusing wrongdoing. It is about creating an orderly, responsible, humane system that recognizes change, promotes rehabilitation, and strengthens social reintegration. When people are allowed to rebuild their lives, Jamaica becomes safer, stronger, and more prosperous. When barriers to employment are removed, our economy grows. When individuals can legitimately pursue opportunities here and or abroad, families are uplifted, and when we signal that rehabilitation is real, we reinforce the fundamental principles of justice and fairness. With all this in mind, Madam Speaker and members of the House, I commend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Amendment Bill 2025 to this honorable House and respectfully ask that it be approved with the commitment that it will be given further consideration in the shortest possible time. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a second time.
Question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it, Clerk.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
There are no proposed...
In the event any member has a challenge with me sitting here for committee, please say so.
So,
you may proceed.
So, Madam Speaker, there are no proposed amendments, and I therefore ask if you could put the bill, the whole bill, all the clauses to the House, and all the enacting and clauses.
There are no objection, members. I put clauses 1 through to clause 12. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. We are back in the House, members. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the bill to be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Clerk?
Hold on.
No, let them read it. They have to read it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Records Rehabilitation of Offenders Act read a third time and passed.
House Leader?
Madam Speaker, I now ask for the recommittal of statement by ministers. Statement by ministers and notice of motions given orally. Also, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Starting with statement by ministers.
Those in favor of a recommittal of the listed areas by House Leader? Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Recommittal of statement by minister. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to announce Cabinet's decision to approve amendments to the Income Tax Act to facilitate a relief support regime that allows for a non-taxable treatment of disaster relief honorarium made by employers to employees during periods in which a declaration of disaster has been issued pursuant to Section 20 of the Constitution of Jamaica and/or Section 26 of the Disaster Risk Management Act. The Cabinet has also approved the issuing of drafting instructions to the Chief Parliamentary Council to give effect to the proposed regime. As you know, Madam Speaker, Hurricane Melissa made landfall on the 28th of October 2025 as a Category 5 hurricane, resulting in catastrophic impact across several parishes. The event caused a significant loss of life, extensive population displacement, and widespread damage to critical infrastructure. Preliminary damage assessments have indicated US $8.8 billion of losses across various sectors, including housing, public infrastructure, agriculture, and other key industries. The current legal framework governing the taxation of employment income does not provide a structured mechanism through which temporary disaster relief payments from employers to employees are exempt from income tax. The Income Tax Act, as Section 2.1, defines emoluments in broad terms to include in paragraph A of the definition salaries, fees, wages, and any other benefits arising from employment.
Minister of Finance, hold a moment, please. Somebody's music is playing in the house on their phone. Whomever has that going on, please turn it off. Go ahead, Minister.
All of which are subject to income tax. A review of the Act indicates that apart from the Minister's discretionary remission authority under Section 86, which applies only where it is considered just and equitable, there is no statutory mechanism through which disaster relief payments may be accorded non-taxable status on a consistent or system-wide basis following a declared disaster. The Ministry of Finance and the Public Service has implemented and operationalized an employee support and relief program to support one-off or a limited series of disaster relief payments. The program permits employers to provide an honorarium either as a single payment or as multiple payments from the 1st of November 2025 to 31st of March 2026, up to an aggregate maximum of Jamaican dollars 200,000 without incurring statutory liability for either the employee or the employer. However, given Jamaica's recurring exposure to climate-related disasters, the current measure is insufficient as a long-term solution due to its temporary nature. In the absence of an explicit statutory exemption, such payment risk being classified as taxable emoluments in future periods, resulting in legal ambiguity, administrative inconsistency, and inequitable treatment across employers and sectors. As a result, a legislative amendment is required to provide appropriate statutory provisions for the treatment of these payments. Madam Speaker, existing fiscal tools such as discretionary waivers, write-offs, and ministerial remission are inadequate for the high-volume, time-sensitive nature of disaster-related income support. These mechanisms cannot be deployed at the scale or speed required during a declared disaster. Under the proposed regime, disaster relief payments will be recognized as non-taxable only where they're provided strictly for personal recovery, welfare, or household needs, and are not connected in any form to employment services, performance, compensation arrangements, or ongoing remuneration. This ensures that the exemption is narrowly targeted and limited to situations where financial assistance is required to safeguard the welfare of employees facing an abrupt loss of income, housing, or essential goods. The exemption will apply solely to cash payments, thereby avoiding interpretational ambiguity associated with in-kind benefits, allowances, or fringe benefits that may otherwise fall within the statutory definition of emoluments. To safeguard fiscal integrity and prevent potential abuse, the proposal includes a prescribed cap to be determined by the minister. The prescribed cap is intended to strike a balance between providing meaningful support to affected workers and maintaining the principled structure of the income tax system. The amount is also to minimize revenue risk and ensure that the exemption remains appropriately limited in nature, duration, and fiscal impact. Additionally, the application of the exemption will be limited to the period during which disaster declaration remains in force. Madam Speaker, the proposed legislative amendment would further require mandatory reporting and record keeping by employers pursuant to Regulation 14.6 of the Income Tax Employment Regulation in the second schedule of the Income Tax Act. Employers requiring relief payments must report such payments within monthly payroll submission to Tax Administration Jamaica. This will enable TAJ to track utilization of the exemption, support audit readiness, and ensure alignment with the statutory purpose of the regime. Employers will also be required to maintain contemporaneous documentation evidencing the purpose, amount, timing, and justification for each payment. Such records, Madam Speaker, will facilitate appropriate post-compliance reviews and will help safeguard against misclassification of taxable remuneration as relief payments. Finally, Madam Speaker, in addition to the proposed amendment of Regulation 14.6 of the Income Tax Employment Regulation in the second schedule of the Income Tax Act, it is proposed that Section 51(c)(I) and Section 13 of the Income Tax Act be amended to facilitate the proposal. The creation of a statutory mechanism reduces reliance on discretionary waivers under Section 86, thereby lowering the fiscal unpredictability associated with ad hoc remission. This could improve medium-term fiscal planning by standardizing how relief-related tax concessions are applied. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the provision of these relief support payments is expected to generate positive secondary economic and fiscal effects by increasing the disposable income and short-term purchasing power of affected individuals. The measure will enable households to meet immediate consumption needs. The increase in consumption is anticipated to stimulate demand within the formal economy and consequently support additional tax revenue through GCT and other related fiscal flows. Accordingly, while the honorarium itself will be non-taxable, the associated increase in economic activity is expected to contribute to overall revenue collection during the period of relief. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
In response, member from St. Andrew South, Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have no objection to what is being proposed. I would only question whether $200,000 is sufficient, because as an exemption for the period from November to March. And I understand the balance you're trying to strike, because you don't want to give up too much revenue, but I just wonder whether that is a sufficient, the large target. Do you retain the discretion at all to increase that? That works out to be over a 5-month period, about $40,000 a month. And for the persons who are complying with this, there are people who are tax compliant. The persons who will take advantage of this are tax compliant. And so I just wonder, Minister, whether consideration would be given to a larger amount. As I said, we have no issue with the principle of what you are attempting to do, and I think it's a good thing. But I would just question whether the limit, the cap of 200,000, you consider to be sufficient.
Minister.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, member, this initiative is the first of its kind that we are rolling out, and we are ensuring that it is available in the event of a disaster, so that you don't have to have employers coming to the minister and seeking enrollment. This first 200,000 was gauged based off of the requests that came into us thus far from employers. So I'm sure in the years ahead, maybe that figure will change, but right now it's within the context in which we're operating.
Thank you, Minister. House Leader. Notices of motions given orally, Minister. That would be you again. And we would have several others.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Financial Investigations Division Amendment Act 2025.
Prime Minister. Mike, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move that the Honorable House of Representatives approve the following motions under the Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Act 2017. 1. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Mount Salem Community and Environs in the Parish of St. James Zone, extension of period of operation. Number 2, Order 2025 Resolution. The Law Reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures, the Denham Town Community Zone, extension of period of operation, number 2 order, 2025 resolution. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Greenwich Town zone, extension of period of operation, number 2 order, 2025 resolution. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Parade Garden zone, extension of period of operation, number 2 order, 2025 resolution. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Norwood community in the parish of St. James zone, extension of period of operation, number 2 order, 2025 resolution. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Savannah Lamar zone, extension of period of operation, number 2 order, 2025 resolution. The law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures, the Augustown zone, extension of period of operation, number 2 order, 2025, which were all laid on the table of the House of Representatives on the 9th day of December 2025. Madam Speaker, I beg to give further notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take these motions.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Notice of presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Minister Williams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the first reading of a bill shortly entitled the Financial Investigation Division Amendment Act 2025.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the minister to take first reading of the bill. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
Madam Speaker, I now move that a bill shortly entitled the Financial Investigations Division Amendment Act 2025 be read a first time.
A bill shortly entitled the Financial Investigations Division Amendment Act 2025 read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Thank you, Minister. Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of standing orders to enable me to take the motions, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Prime Minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Prime Minister, you may start the debate. Turn your mic on, please, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, what I am about to present is beyond debate. Beyond debate. Madam Speaker, I come before this Honorable House not merely to seek the extension of the zones of special operations, but to affirm unequivocally that we are winning the war against gang violence in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, over the last 9 years, Jamaica has achieved historic socio-economic and infrastructural progress, coupled with decisive security reforms, intelligence-led policing, and an unrelenting focus on dismantling criminal gangs. Even in the wake of the most devastating natural disaster in our modern history, Hurricane Melissa, which inflicted damage estimated at $8.8 billion or 41% of GDP and affected over 900,000 persons, public order held. The institutions of the state held. Our security architecture held. Madam Speaker, This resilience is the product of deliberate policy choices in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Despite widespread displacement, disruption of livelihoods, and infrastructure damage, the security forces reported no widespread breakdown of law and order. Outside of 3 isolated incidents of looting, which were swiftly contained, Jamaica did not descend into chaos. That outcome stands as powerful evidence of a security apparatus that is now more robust, more coordinated, and more trusted than at any point in recent history. Madam Speaker, the result speaks with unmatched clarity, as at December 8, 2025, Jamaica recorded 632 murders, 463 fewer than the same period last year. Madam Speaker, that represents a 42.5% reduction in killings, with projections placing total murders to below 700 by year-end. Shootings are also down 32%. These are numbers Jamaica has not seen in over 3 decades. And it is a direct outcome of sustained anti-gang operations, legislative reform, intelligence coordination, and the disciplined application of the clear hold build strategy within the zones of special operations. Madam Speaker, let us be clear. Gangs thrive where the state retreats. Zozos represent the permanent return of the state. Security, social services, infrastructure, education, health, and opportunity. We are returning the state into communities that were previously abandoned to criminal governance. The zones do not merely suppress violence. They dismantle the ecosystem that allows gangs to recruit, extort, intimidate, and control. Madam Speaker, even as we register historic gains, we remain sober about the risks. Hurricane Melissa has undoubtedly created new vulnerabilities: displacement, economic shock, psychological trauma, and opportunities for criminal exploitation. This is precisely why Zozos are more relevant now than ever. They harden communities against regression. They prevent shocks from becoming opportunities for gangs to reassert control. They protect the gains that Jamaicans have sacrificed to achieve. Madam Speaker, the road ahead requires discipline, endurance, and national unity. Security is a continuous building exercise. And this is why the government has made and will continue to make major financial and institutional investments in the zones of special operations. These investments have already delivered measurable reductions in serious violent crimes, tangible physical transformation, and sustained support for citizens whose lives were once defined by fear. Madam Speaker, through the clear hold build framework enshrined in the law reform legislation, the state clears gangs from spaces, holds that space with reinforced security, and then builds lasting social and economic infrastructure. This is how we permanently restore meaningful citizenship, dignity, and lawful authority. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we now seek the continued support of this Honorable House to extend all 7 existing zones of special operations: Mount Salem, Denham Town, August Town, Greenwich Town, Norwood, Parade Gardens, and Savannah Lamar. Madam Speaker, the ministry papers have been tabled, which outlines the activities for the last period. In terms of murder statistics, the data provided by the Jamaica Constabulary Force as at December 6, 2025, for the period prior to and during the declaration of the respective ZOZOs, there has been an overall 38% reduction in murders and a 48% reduction in shootings for all zones for the comparative period. This extension will be an affirmation of success and a declaration of resolve. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has turned a corner. We are no longer managing violence. We are breaking its back. And the zones of special operations stand at the very center of that historic national transformation. As I said, Madam Speaker, this is beyond debate. Since I have been obliged, Madam Speaker, I will take it very quickly, since I have been obliged.
Prime Minister, I saw. That was very quick. Member from St. Catherine South. Oh, you were first. Member from St. James Central. Member from St. James Central. Member from St. James West Central. No, the mic goes on one by one in sequence. So the challenge is nobody should have turned on their mics at all.
Yes.
And member from St. James Central, West. Member from St. James West Central, would you be so kind as to allow the member from St. Catherine South to respond first, and then you go ahead. And there is follow-up from 2, please. I'm not seeing one person. So I have first Member Russell and then Member Buchanan. No, yes, but that's what I'm doing. So the member Jackson, member from St. Catherine South, is going to go first. And then, Member Hilton, you held your hand up too? Member Hilton. So members, would you be so kind as to turn off all your mics? Thank you. Member from St. Catherine South, you go ahead first, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, I saw you were gesturing to open and close immediately without allowing for participation. But I take that as an oversight on your part. You know, those of you who just run through here have too much talk. Don't. The Prime Minister would not agree with you. You should keep your mouth shut. You're lucky I never come to St. Thomas.
Member from St. Catherine South.
You must control the member.
No, you must control your mouth in the house on the mic. You
Mr.
are on record,
Mr.
member. St. Catherine South, you're on record,
Madam Speaker,
remember.
Prime Minister, you take people business for joke. Prime Minister, as you have said, lightly at the outset, this matter is not a contentious one. Those of us who would have been aware the Zozo bill came through this House with joint support on both sides. Participation was intense, and the bill was enacted with the full support of the whole House. So the genesis of the bill has been a non-contentious one. But before I go further, Madam Speaker, usually the Minister of National Security would move these resolutions, and he's not here for ill health. I want to use the opportunity to wish for him a very speedy recovery from his medical procedure as was announced at the time. So as I said, Madam Speaker, it's not a contentious issue. The question is how successful the ZOZO implementation has been, as we all wished then and continue to wish, as an intervention towards the reduction of crime. But what we must also not lose sight of is that one of the inherent intention was never to just have a reduction in crime, but to have a sustainable reduction of crime in the communities that were identified and the ZOZO was declared in. It is quite a long time now since we have been having the ZOZO in these communities. As I said, from 2017 to now, started with one and the number incrementally increased. In fact, I recall quite often the Prime Minister commented that, in fact, had failed to implement ZOZO in many other communities that members were making the request for them to be. But be that as it may, we have just 7 now. In the reports table of the 7, there are 2 of the ZOZOs which are in areas that were badly affected by the hurricane, namely the Mount Salem ZOZO, that community, and Norwood, where damages of significance. And Sablamar, yes, but I'm just going by the report, yes, but Sablamar is indeed one of our western parishes that have been affected. So, Prime Minister, I would want to suggest that as we seek to bring normalcy to all the communities that have been ravished by the hurricane, we remain mindful that these particular areas should be given particular attention because we had recognized their vulnerable states from then, why they were declared areas in the first instance. And in the midst of the hurricane, the post-hurricane period, we should make much effort to ensure that they are treated probably differently or a little bit better because they were worse off in terms of their contribution or the prevalence of criminal activities. So I want to posit that. Beyond that, Madam Speaker, reduction of crime is welcome. Reduction of murders, violent crimes are always welcome. But as I recall from a retired police officer, in fact, I was reminded of it by a former commissioner of police and former minister of national security on that side. Security is not merely the reduction of murders. It is an environment where people feel safe. In other words, the numbers can go up very high and people still feel very unsafe. And we have experienced that in the country, and vice versa. The numbers can go down of significance, which we want them to go. But what is also important is that we generate an environment of safety, of sense of security by our citizens. That's not an idea of mine. It's a well-established phenomenon. We can either decide to accept it and be guided by it, or we ignore it. Madam Speaker, we want to ensure that as the number of murders and violent crimes in general go down, that the reduction is sustainable. And we have always said there must be other interventions to ensure that sustainability. In fact, even the Zozo was considered one form of social intervention in that regard. If we embrace that as a critical input, then we must endeavor to deepen it and widen it so that the sustainability can be achieved. So I want to posit that we not just focus on the numbers that go down, but to ensure the sustainability. It is two shufflers make for a dance. Madam Speaker, we are coming from a point where much effort been made via states of emergency to reduce crime. And we saw that never gave us any result. In fact, ironically, the period that is being referred to by this reduction is the period since we have not had states of emergency. There's a direct correlation between both. That is not my opinion. You might not like it, but it's a matter of fact. So, but interestingly though, Madam Speaker, with the welcome reduction in murders, we have a significant increase in killings by the police. We can't ignore that. And if we do it at our own perils. So that must not be ignored. And that brings me to the other question, which has detained many Jamaicans. In fact, the Prime Minister, you yourself have made reference to it in not so long ago. The body-worn cameras. You have publicly voiced your support for the widespread implementation of body-worn cameras. Where are we with that? And it would be useful if you, Prime Minister, or anyone in the pertinent ministry can provide that update, and not only an update, but a roadmap, a schedule, so that we know when we are going to get where. It's not enough to say we are working on it, plans are afoot, all efforts are being made, because the truth of the matter, that has been said for quite a long time. But we are where we are, and to my knowledge, my information, we are way from fully implementing that. So I want to posit that for your consideration and response, Prime Minister. But talk about body-worn cameras, and it's all about SOE, the ZOZOs is all about crime reduction, and as I said earlier on, ensuring an environment of safety throughout our communities, and particularly in our public spaces and vulnerable areas. And that brings me, Madam Speaker, to the question of the CCTVs. Again, there has been open acknowledgement. The minister from Western St. Mary, when he was the minister in charge of the portfolio, made a celebration of the launch at the National Arena. He invited me then, and I attended and gave full support. Spokesman and everything. So the then Minister of National Security made huge promises then about the rollout of closed circuit television throughout the country. Where are we with that? Again, it is incumbent on us to ensure that we have more and more safe and secure public spaces throughout the country, so that our people can traverse their communities, traverse the country, and feel safe in their country. So I put it to you, Prime Minister, that would be welcome. It is and always been the commitment of the opposition to work, to collaborate towards ensuring that Jamaica becomes a safe place and remain a safe place by sustainable measures that are implemented. And I give my support to the passage of the resolution that is before us.
Member from West Central St. James.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support all 7 extension of period of operation resolutions. I just wish to focus on the resolution in respect of the Mount Salem zone of special operation. Mr. Speaker, the Mount Salem zone is the first zone, and it is the example by which the success of the law and all other zones has been judged. I note that the mandatory statutory report, which is contained in Ministry Paper 48 of 2025, speaks to an initial assessment post Hurricane Melissa, and that focuses on damage to the Mount Salem Primary School. I would like to use the opportunity to ask for a full assessment of the damage done within the zone, and to also, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister, ask for a convening of the Social Intervention Committee for the Mount Salem Zozo, and to remind that we have a major outstanding matter in respect of the Comfort Land Regularization Program, which has been far advanced, but its completion has been overtaken by a number of other matters along the way. And I wouldn't want the passage of Hurricane Melissa to further displace the completion that must be done. The zone has been in the built phase for a few years, but I agree with the Prime Minister that the zone as a model is more relevant today than ever before because of the balance that it strikes between security measures and community development measures. It is a law that has worked very well in the context of Jamaica. And I think my friend, the member from St. Catherine South, memory is a little hazy. It wasn't as smooth as he said, but in the end, the value of the framework has been celebrated on both sides, but it didn't start off smooth.
Member from St. and Southeastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Prime Minister. I have two questions, and two questions because yes, there is no debating, I guess, the value. What we want to ask about is to get additional clarity in crime and murders in the Zozos. If you could give us a breakout by Zozo, would be appreciated. Secondly, the long-term transition plan, because these are supposed to be temporary interventions that get us to a place where the state agencies can hold the gains. So the question, and not related, of course, to the member from South St. Catherine's point, what is the long-term plan? What is the long-term transition plan? And when will the ZOSOs be properly integrated into the other permanent government institutions? And then finally, the ministry papers do not speak to any kind of a, may I say, social assessment, any feedback from communities about how they're experiencing the ZOSOs. And I wonder if you have that information and can share, and in future, can we also get that as part of these ministry papers? Thank you, Prime Minister.
Member from St. Andrew Western.
Prime Minister, you'll recall that on every occasion that we've had the the discussion about the extension. While I have always supported, this side has always supported the call, for extension of zone of special, the extension of ZOZOs were always supported on this side, always, always. The record will show. Yes, the record will show Zozo has always been supported. In fact,
Member.
the question was certainly coming from me and others. When will this be expanded elsewhere to other constituencies? Always. No, please. No, shut your mouth. Yeah, it's 5 term and more upon you. Look, the Prime Minister, the question remains. The minister has always recognized, whenever we spoke, he said, start by saying, yes, there's a need, but there are constraints. The question is, within the context of the resources now available, will there be an expansion, a measured expansion of the ZOZO, as we recognize that the balance of security and community development was always there. We recognize that and we supported it from day one. Prime Minister, when one might we see some orderly expansion of the zones? These have been in place for many, many years. They have proven their worth beyond any doubt. And the question remains, when will that be expanded?
Member from Portland Eastern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Prime Minister, I also rise to give my overwhelming support to the extension of the zones of special operation. I just have a few comments to make. One, in terms of the reduction of crime, I'm sure the House can appreciate that the X factor would be a remarkable uptick in extrajudicial killings. I'm not seeing where in any of the reports anything that can quantify or justify the reduction outside of that. So on a human rights plane, one has to consider whether or not, when we're talking about restoration of human dignity in some spaces, whether or not the lack of use of body cameras, also the idea that extrajudicial killing certainly this year has been significantly increased, police fatal killings, as another way people understand it to do it, whether or not this is one of the reasons where persons will apprehend fear and feel that their human rights are under attack, especially when you have families complaining that the persons who were killed, whether it was targeted or not, is actually one of the reasons why we have a reduction and is actually bringing fear. So that is something to think about. Zones of special operations, there is a call for other communities, and given its success, one wonders if a build out and moving to another space would not have been more effective in terms of crime reduction. It never was meant to be a stopgap. And Mr. Prime Minister, infrastructure is not a marker of changing the human aspect of a community. It is actually whether or not, when we look at, for instance, in one of these spaces, a smart bus stop for $4.7 million, if that is what is envisioned in terms of uplifting the morale of a community and changing the criminal aspects. So in terms of community empowerment, what we want to change is social behavior and actually have persons within the community feel a sense of pride and feel a sense of upliftment in the spaces. Except for the fact that one wonders if the extension is not given, I'm hearing myself respectfully. If the extension is not given, Mr. Prime Minister, the fear is we will regress into a situation where all the work would have been to naught because the persons in the actual community, there's no evidence that's saying that the lives of the persons are being uplifted, but rather there is regulation in a space that borders constitutionality. And so I'm asking you to consider, as we continue to say, I support what is being done, but whether these reports will be a little bit more targeted in saying that these markers are being met, and again, whether there are timelines for exiting a particular community and intervention starting in other communities. That's the best. And then attribution for reduction, Mr. Prime Minister. It's important that we for public knowledge that we have exact statistics or insights as to the attribution for reduction that can be credited to the zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members, for your participation. Let me start with the member from Portland Eastern. In terms of attributions, we are ourselves contemplating a study to be done on the zones of special operations. It has been in operations now heading into almost 8 years, and I believe it is time for an empirical review to be done, and we have started along that lines already. So we will have a review done, an empirical study done on the zones of special operations, and that will give us more information as to how we can improve this strategy. The member mentioned increase in police killings was also alluded to by the member from St. Catherine South, and I will say this: the police force has become far more effective in doing its job. I can say with great confidence that the JCF and the JDF have mainstreamed and internalized human rights training. It is part of their doctrine. It is part of their leadership culture. And they do try, as far as they can, to protect lives, including the lives of criminals. I hear a great deal of talk about the increase in the number of police killings. And I too have my own concerns about this, because I don't want it to ever be said that, you know, our police force is the most lethal. That's not the kind of police force that we are trying to create. But I believe that on the other side of the ledger, on the other side of the argument, we must also be concerned about the propensity of criminals to challenge the police. I don't hear anyone saying, why are these criminals shooting at the police? Why, when they are stopped, why, when they are interdicted, they decide to challenge the police? As I have said earlier, we have invested heavily in our police force to make them more effective. And the Jamaican state must never be at threat or at risk of criminals. If criminals challenge the state, they must not win. Our police officers must go home to their families safely. So, whilst we do have our concerns, and we have put systems in place, both internally at the leadership level, we support INDECOM and its own operations. We encourage the internal review and use of force policy in the JCF. When we meet in the National Security Council, these are matters that are discussed because we want our police force to, more than anything else, serve, protect, and preserve life. This is also a message to the criminals. Save your life, don't challenge the police. So I'm hopeful that I have put that to bed. There is, Mr. Speaker, some duplicity in the arguments presented by the opposition. First, there is a call for more technology. Where are the cameras? Both body-worn and closed-circuit cameras, Jamaica Eye. We need the greater use of technology to improve security in public spaces and improve the outcomes of interactions between the police and the citizens. And I support this fully. And to reassure the member from St. Catherine South that just, in Cabinet 2 weeks ago, we approved a major procurement of over 1,000 body-worn cameras. And this is just one in a series of such procurements to come for more cameras. So it is underway. And just to be clear to the public, there sometimes seems to be the view that you can go into a store and just pick up a camera and stick it onto the police chest. Please, these matters are, I don't want to use the term sophisticated because by now the technology is fairly standard, but it requires an ecosystem for it to work. So it's not just cameras, it is also storage, archival for retrieval. It has to be up to a certain standard that what is stored reaches evidentiary levels. There has to be a system of how these cameras are maintained should there be failure. And then there is a whole business of putting in place the fiber optic connections, because where you download physically the footage is not where you're going to store it. So it has to be transmitted, and you have to make sure that you have that connection. So there's a lot to be built out before you can deploy body-worn cameras. And I'm assuring the public that the build-out is taking place, and we have signed off on a procurement for 1,000 body-worn cameras, which is not the final amount. They will procure in batches. And so the JCF will have body-worn cameras sufficient for its members to ensure that there is transparency and accountability in the police-citizen interaction. But on the other hand, there is a reservation that somehow investing in smart technology or infrastructure will not transform the lives of citizens. The member from Eastern Portland, the thesis of his argument is that the transformation of the man does not depend on the environment in which he is. The transformation of the man is that, allow me to make my point, as I allowed all of you to make yours. The thesis is that the program should focus on the human element of the problem, improving the man, rather than focusing on infrastructure. That's the thesis of the argument. Now, Madam Speaker, it is not just a philosophical point. It is absolutely important to policy. Yes, for there to be a genuine change in how the person behaves, there has to be focus on programs that seek to change the mind. Improve behavior. No argument with that. But I encourage a member to consider that there are persons in the zones of special operations and right across our society where there has been no special investment in any program to improve their behavior or reward good behavior. They behave according to the standards and laws and expectations of the society simply because they are good citizens. Simply because they are good citizens. And this is what we miss in the debate about social transformation. We never seek to acknowledge and reward the youngster who lives in the harshest inner city community but never felt the need to take up a gun to prove his manhood. Never felt the need to join a gang. It is time that government policy shifts to supporting people who obey the law. Now, Madam Speaker, in every society, there will be persons who are deviants. And the only way to treat with deviance is to have the enforcement of the law. There are some people who we will have to support them emotionally, psychologically, yes. But we cannot compromise the enforcement of the law, and more importantly, the building out of the infrastructure that ensures that where crime is committed, it is detected and the perpetrators brought to justice. And that is what the zones of special operations is about. We are going into communities. We are breaking up the ecosystem of criminality. We are putting in place the infrastructure to ensure that there can be enforcement. And we are also putting in place the social intervention that will ensure that no one can have an excuse to say it is because of my social marginalization why I am in crime. And to also ensure that those people, though socially marginalized, who have not gotten involved in crime, that they are also supported. That is what the zone of special operations. So, Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Western, I consider him my brother and neighbor. His point, unlike my sister from Success, we are all one family in St. Andrew. Madam Speaker, the member from St. Andrew Western asked, so if the program has worked so well, why not expand it to other communities? And as I stand here and I ask members, tell me a community where murders are increasing year on year. In your constituency, Tony? You are standing on a point of order? Clarification.
Not necessarily about
Member
the
from
amount of-
St. Andrew Western.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not simply about as we speak, part of the challenge we're having is the amount of the more times when the police intervene to close off social programs, parties, and other things that people, because they are shooting in the neighborhoods. And that happens certain frequently. I'm not talking about the number of that crime is spiraling out of control. It's just happening sufficiently that it feels like suppression is taking place.
Appreciate what the member is clarifying. But the bill, the resolution that we are debating is on the zone of special operation. The zone of special operation has a threshold, a trigger for which the measures can be applied. And one of the triggers would be that there is an increasing number of murders in a community. And one of the reasons why we haven't put in more zones is because we no longer have communities that meet that trigger threshold. Now, if members reflect on this, this is a major change from 2016 when we started to contemplate and actually implement the zones of operation in 2017. Because then, Madam Speaker, we identified 20 communities in which we would have to implement zones of special operation. 20 communities, to the point where the member from St. Andrew South, after he came on board, because he only recalled from St. Catherine South, he only recalled when, there was agreement. But there was a time, especially when the bill was being debated, and the member from St. James West Central can tell you that there was significant opposition to the bill. But good sense prevailed. And when the effectiveness of the program was manifest, the member, because when he was speaking, I went online and looked for some of the reports. And there's a report of the member asking for more money to be given to the zones of special operations. So, Madam Speaker, why was this necessary? Because the program was so successful that everyone agreed they would like to get a zone of special operations. We didn't have enough money to expand the program. But, Madam Speaker, the programs, the zones that have been implemented have worked so well that they have had an impact on other communities. So there is no question, Madam Speaker, that the zones of special operations have worked so well to the point where we cannot now identify a community that requires a zone of special operation. A major transformation of the criminal landscape in Jamaica. The member from South St. Catherine also pointed out, falsely so, that the states of public emergency did not result in a reduction in crime. Again, bringing a falsehood onto the national platform. That is absolutely not true. I am not calling the member a liar. I am merely saying what he said was not true. Between 2018 and 2019, when the first SOE was declared in St. James, murders declined by 70%. In fact, every year that we have used the SOEs, murders have declined. In 2020, the former leader of the opposition and myself agreed that that being an election year, we would not seek the extension of the SOEs. Without the extension of the SOEs, murders began to rise again. These are the facts. So, again, as I've said, Madam Speaker, I am going to make it a point of duty to dispel all the falsehoods that are being placed in the public domain. The member, again, from St. Catherine South, asks that special attention be given to the communities that are under zones of special operation impacted by Hurricane Melissa. And the answer is yes. In fact, we are going to be focusing on them through the Jamaica Social Investment Fund. And in the reconstruction phase, they will get the special attention that they need. There are actually 3 communities that would be impacted. It would be Mount Salem, Norwood, and South. Now, the question would be, I believe I've answered all the questions. So, but
Member Russell, you had
the question,
something?
the question about, I dealt with your question on the attribution, which would be stakeholder feedback. So we're going to do a study. We're going to do an academic study on the Zozo to see how well it works, and that will take into consideration the feedback of stakeholders. So, Madam Speaker, it is my great pleasure to have participated in this debate. I think it was very meaningful in elevating the national conversation and providing information to the public. May it please you, Madam Speaker. So I therefore move the motion be accepted and the 7 zones of special operations be affirmed or approved.
Thank you. The question is that the motions, we have several of the Zozos, notice of which the Prime Minister gave earlier, all be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, members. House Leader.
So, Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business today. Just to say that we do expect that this will be the final sitting before Christmas. We will break and return in January unless there's an urgent and pressing matter. So I would want to take the opportunity to wish you, Madam Speaker, and members of the House and the team headed by the clerk all the best for the Yuletide season and for them to keep safe. On a more somber note, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to use this opportunity just to note the passing of Mr. Lenworth Fulton, who served as president of the Jamaica Agricultural Society for numbers of years and also served in government as the executive director of RADA, other agencies like the Jamaica 4-H. Most of us would know him and have come to know him as a strong advocate for farmers and a champion for the rural economy. And we wish our deepest condolences to his family. Just to remind members, as you have indicated, that next week, even though there will be no parliament, we intend to use next week, Tuesday, to have a presentation from the Integrity Commission, which is very important in light of the fact that there is a requirement for statutory declarations to be filed by the 31st of December, especially it's for requirement for.
So why you come to me with that foolishness, you know? You elect a prime minister, and is a prime minister run the country. It is time we learn to hold our leaders accountable for their actions and stop making excuses for them. Stop making excuses. Otherwise, go elect the people who really run in the country. And I don't want the right side of the argument. Hold the people you elect accountable and stop making excuses for them.